Senators, and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable Jeremy S. McPike, 29th Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Corinne Sloan, Assistant Journal Clerk, Senate Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. These words this morning are offered and written by my father-in-law, Emil Miskowski. God of love, you created us and you sustain us in the human struggle for goodness. You call us to live as brothers and sisters. Give us the strength daily to be instruments of peace and prosperity. Enable us to see everyone in our constituencies as brother or sister. Make us sensitive to the plea of our Virginia citizens who entreat us to daily find and implement ways to assist their legitimate needs. Help us to be strong enough to diffuse the violence of our tongues and our hands. Renew our hearts and minds so that our way of life will always be that of shalom, peace, salam, and we say, amen.
Clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Thursday, February 18, 2021.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 6.
Ayes 31, noes 6. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 3.
Ayes 33, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, just a brief announcement.
Senators, the floor.
After we finish the unfinished business on page 15, we're going to go to the revenue bills on the regular calendar because they've got to be moved out of here as quickly as possible.
Thank the Senator. What purpose is Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an announcement.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. We certainly are not doing much with morning hour during our environment here in the Science Museum this year, but I wanted to call the members' attention to an envelope that's been placed on your desk from the Future Farmers of America, which contains a letter and a personal protective mask with the FFA emblem on it. Tomorrow begins National FFA Week. And the foundation will be using the week to raise money for Blue Jackets that the members, as you are aware, wear in recognition of their FFA responsibilities. I still have my blue jacket in the closet, Mr. President. Doesn't fit me. Back when I was in high school, I weighed 160 pounds eating pinto beans and gravy bread. But as I hang out here with you all eating the way we eat here, I'm up to about 200 pounds now. So it just hangs there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The senator will be happy to know that for lunch today we're having pinto beans and gravy bread. So that's a first. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Before I call the calendar, I want to advise everyone that we will be communicating all revenue and the budget bill during recesses today to expedite the process. Senate calendar for Friday, February 19th, 2021. Unfinished business House. House Bill 1800. The House has rejected the Senate amendments as substituted for House amendments.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist in request on its amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate insists in request on its amendments.
House Bill 1811. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
House Bill 1847. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
House Bill 1935. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
House Bill 2168 is passed. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 2273. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 2312. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we insist on the Senate substitute, and I request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 1104 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the House substitute be rejected.
Thank the Senator. Question is, does the Senator want to speak to that? Sorry.
I do.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, the House substitute, this is the parole transparency bill, and actually the House bill in many ways reduces the transparency of the parole board. There are significant differences between the two bills that need to be worked out.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate... I want to phrase it. In the Senator's motion, with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1113 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the House substitute be accepted.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, now by being accepted this, it will be the same as House Bills 2194 that we passed out here Wednesday, 34-3. All it does, Mr. President, is add electronic device along with the written. I move to be approved.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1163 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The House amendment adds an additional year to the sunset clause at my request and that of the administration. This will allow this credit to be used for an additional year to run concurrently with our goal for the water quality improvement plan. So I move that we agree to the House amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1242 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments.
Senator, the floor. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think it's some technical amendments, and I think everybody's happy with it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1297 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the House substitute be agreed to.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, this is the Adult Protective Order bill that Senator Chafin was going to carry. Delegate Mullins and I teamed up on this, and the difference in the House bill is simply that it requires, upon the issuance of such a protective order, that a report be made to VCIN. Good change.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1320 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is technical, of course. It is the Code of Virginia to amend code, the Code of Virginia, adding certain numbers to a licensed certified midwives licensure practice.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1336 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be adopted. And speaking to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all will recall, this was the bill that allowed courts to give a restricted permit for what we call a wet reckless in the driving offense world. And the only condition of that would be that they had a functioning ignition interlock system for the ability to do that. There was a change in that, which Legislative Services decided to make it into a substitute rather than an amendment, and we actually corresponded it with the length of time that you could suspend someone's license under reckless driving versus DUI. So with that, I'd ask that we accept the substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1392 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House substitute. These are the same amendments that we put on the House bill that makes them identical. Deals with creating an administration stakeholder group between now and the date when the bill becomes enacted in January of 2021-23, and it also clarifies the Attorney General's authority. And I move that we accept the House substitute.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1397 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully move that we agree to the House substitute and speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator, is the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1397 deals with notification on discretionary, geriatric, and other releases from the Department of Correction. The primary changes that were made in the substitute, one is it eliminated the 21-day requirement of notice sent by certified mail, and it substituted a provision that notice be issued by electronic notification. So I would respectfully ask that we agree to the substitute, sir.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1399 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion.
I move the amendment be agreed to that's just technical in nature.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1415 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the House amendments, I move their admission and speaking to it.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. This was a bill with regard to protective orders, preliminary child protective orders, and family protective orders. What we were doing is consolidating those protective orders and also bringing that if someone was in violation of a child protective order, it would be a Class 1 misdemeanor. The House has put their version on top, which is actually going much farther than what we talked about, which is eliminating when a parent would interfere with a child's normal development, that could be a form of abuse. And quite frankly, that's been in our code for a long time, and it should remain in our code, or it should be a discussion on another bill for another year. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I now move once again that with the recommendation that we reject the House amendments, that they be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 3, noes 35.
Ayes 3, noes 35. The Senate does not concur with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1423 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move it be agreed to in speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, we still have some differences in terms of the number of a job threshold to work out, and I know the Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion, and myself will be discussing with the House members what the appropriate level of investment as well as job creation number requirement for the bill is, and appreciate again the recommendation to reject the substitute at this point. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 37.
Ayes 0, noes 37. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1456 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House amendment to this bill and speaking.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you. All it does, it's a clarifying amendment. In the bill, it refers to another section of the code, and all it did was take the language from that other section of the code and meet it so that it would be readily available to anybody reading the code. And so I move that we accept the House amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1465 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation they be rejected, I would move the House amendments. And speaking to that,
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, we took action on House Bill 2168, which is the partner House bill to this one. I need the thing to go to conference so we can work out the details on the $25,000 fine.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 37.
Ayes 0, noes 37. The Senate does not concur with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1475 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the amendments be accepted. And speaking to that,
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the search warrant bill that actually just deals with the process of enforcing the policy that was adopted during the special session. If you see the amendments, the House literally just changed the syntax of the sentence. It's interesting to me, Mr. President, it's the majority changed in the House, but the tinkering and wordsmithing does not. And that's what was done. I'd move the amendments be accepted.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1146. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the conformity bill, and as you know, we still have several issues to resolve with the House, so I would move to accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to a request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 1146 is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriation, Senators Howe, Barker, and Newman. We're awaiting House action on the rest of the bills in that category. Uncontested calendar House bills on third reading.
Pass by temporarily. Pass by temporarily.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we temporarily pass by the uncontested calendar and go to the regular calendar.
Thank the senator. Without objection, we will temporarily pass by the uncontested calendar and go to the regular calendar.
All right, we are only doing, in this section, revenue bills. So the first one is on page 19, House Bill 1902.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that that goes by temporarily while the sides continue to powwow on a final compromise. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 1902 will go by temporarily.
Page 21, House Bill 2040.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, this was a bill that dealt with when a claimant had a determination of initial liability, of initial unemployment, and he was ruled eligible, and then through the employer steps in and other evidence that is contrary to this gets presented. He still, during the hearing process, would continue to draw his unemployment now and he wouldn't have to repay anything, and particularly if it was resolved in his favor. The only difference would be that if it was reversed, apparently under this bill, he would have to repay if the original decision was reversed.
Senator, I'm sorry. It has a substitute for the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Oh, excuse me. I move that we adopt the
That
substitute.
And, sorry, Senator, and before we do that, just get everybody on the same page. We have two substitutes, first from Commerce and Labor and second from Finance and Appropriations. To get to the Finance and Appropriations substitute, we need to reject the one from Commerce and Labor.
All right. Well, then I'll turn it over to the chairman of the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee, and I would move that we reject the substitute then from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt this the Senate Finance and Appropriations substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Passage.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I would now move that we adopt, that we pass the bill as with the Senate Finance substitute.
For the reasons previously explained?
Pardon?
For the reasons you already gave?
Right.
Okay. Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain rise?
Mr. President, I rise to ask if the senior senator from Fairfax would yield for a couple of questions.
Will the senator yield?
Sure.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I asked the gentleman, first of all, am I correct in understanding that there are basically two different parts of this bill? One deals with a presumption that payments will continue to be made while any appeals are ongoing, correct?
That's how I read it, yes.
And, Mr. President, further question?
Senator yield?
Yes.
Yes, Senator yield. You have the floor.
And the second part deals with the repayment obligation being forgiven, or the discretion of the Virginia Employment Commission to forgive the repayment obligation in certain circumstances. Am I correct?
That's it. Yes, and one of those that I should have mentioned is if the overpayment occurred without the fault of the employee.
The repayment.
Oh no, he would not. That he would not repay. That would be the exception.
So,
one of the exceptions.
So, Mr. President, further question.
Senator yield.
I would ask, the senior senator from Fairfax said that there's some fault requirement. Fault requirement applies only to the repayment obligation. So if payments have been made, unemployment payments have been made in error after all the appeals have been exhausted, if it's through fraud or some fault of the recipient,
then it has to be repaid.
It eliminates the any possibility of waiver of the repayment obligation.
That,
There's the
that-
floor.
that individual would have to repay it if fraud or was involved. Now, if it was overpayment without the fault of the recipient, they would not have to repay it.
Further question.
Senator Yield.
So with respect, though, to the continuation of the payments, there's no fraud exception there, correct?
Senator's the floor.
That would be correct.
So if somebody fraudulently filed a claim on behalf of a prison inmate, they may have to repay that, but until it's all established, those payments continue to flow.
Well, they wouldn't know that until it was established.
But if it's appealed, those payments continue to flow out under this bill, correct?
I think that's correct.
Right. And
all right, senators, we're just getting into a little bit of a running dialogue, but are you still want to ask questions of the senator, or do you want to speak to the
I tell you what, let me just speak to the bill, and I thank the
Senator has the
Senator. A couple of things I do want to point out with respect to this bill. Number one, it does have two parts. The first deals with the continuation of the payments. So if somebody applies for unemployment benefits and they get that initial letter or a check, and then it's decided that it was an error, the recipient under this bill gets to continue to receive those benefits until all of the appeals are exhausted. So even if somebody is guilty of fraud or misconduct and those payments start, those payments keep coming until the appeals are exhausted. Now then the second part may kick in, and that is the fraud exception or misconduct exception. So think about how this is going to apply, how possibly it could apply. I'm at somewhat of a loss. So if, as is apparently the case with respect to the $41 million of erroneously paid benefits that were paid on behalf of claims made for prison inmates or jail inmates, who made those claims? Some of them may have been made by the inmates themselves, but many of them, reports were made by third parties. So if the inmate has received those funds, how can it be as a result of the fault of the inmate for receiving those payments? I mean, what this bill does is it continues to, it allows those payments to continue. It makes it virtually impossible to exercise the provision dealing with the obligation to repay. And you can think of a myriad of other circumstances under which payments were erroneously made and probably should be repaid. We've got cases, and any of us who represent employers, unemployment benefits, I mean, they represent a really important safety net for our constituents. Many of our constituents haven't been able to access that important safety net because of some of the claims that have been being made. One of my constituents said, he had actually people quitting work at the beginning of the pandemic because they were going to do better with the unemployment benefits. And I'm not suggesting that the vast majority or even a significant majority of people who apply for unemployment benefits would be so motivated. But if somebody is, why should they not have an obligation to repay those benefits? And you know who pays? I mean, it could be the Commonwealth, but more likely it's going to be everybody in the pool. So I would respectfully submit that while the intentions of the patron to provide some compassionate relief for some of the well-deserving folks who really need that relief is laudable, the impact of this bill is massive. And I think that the fiscal impact indicates that it could be somewhere in the neighborhood of, well, I can't remember, but pretty doggone close to what was paid to the erroneously paid prison and jail inmates. So with that, I would really hope that people would reflect on this, think real hard about whether this is a good idea or not, and hope that members will vote no.
For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I find myself here having heard this bill in committee and wishing that I had added an amendment to it, and I did not. Mr. President, I think that it should be a reenactment clause or something that gets us out of some difficult situations. Let me explain to you, because I think the senator from Rockingham has laid out a very deep concern about the bill. And as we've gone through and I've talked to people at VEC and otherwise, I don't find a place where this accident is not going to be claimed under the UI insurance of the employer. Now, maybe somebody in here can give us something, but if that's true, that would be helpful to get more information from. Mr. President, I do understand that Senate Finance did something that I think is very helpful, and that is they assumed the payment, and that was very good of the Chair of Finance to do, and maybe the UI will follow that section. But let me tell you what really gives me additional heartache, in addition to what was said by the senator from Rockingham, is it was presented in committee that there are 40 other states that are doing this. I struggled a little bit with that because we are, as a legislature, kind of go first. In other words, we go early in the process. So I did get the list of what's going on in every other state. And the number is not 40. We heard it many, many times it was 40, and it's not 40. The number of states is actually 24. And those states that have something like this, they are not written in this way. There are other protections there in some of those states. Mr. President, there are a number of states that add the financial hardship. It's about 6 states, and once again, they do things a little differently as well. But Mr. President, let me share with you some real cases that just haven't been thought of in committee, and they haven't been thought of, in my opinion, on this floor. There was a healthcare agency in Loudoun County that fired an employee for stealing pain meds for cancer patients who claimed unemployment benefits and received them. Should not have. The owner is, to this day, still working with VEC to try to get the claim denied. This bill says that case, if it ends up being not determined to be fraud, but instead that it just has gone through and that it is the fault of the employer, that it could be forgiven. Mr. President, there's also a building maintenance company here in Richmond that had an employee that claimed unemployment, and they were still working for the business. It looks like the owner has not responded. If you ask VEC, it looks like they haven't responded, but the fact is VEC has not gotten back to them. Mr. President, there is a road construction company in Abington that had an employee that resigned, yet they still claim UI, and the business is still getting the claim. It has not been denied. However, they have seen thus far an increase in their UI. Maybe that will go away at some point. Mr. President, I think that we should consider forgiving a certain amount of the loan, and it should be done in a way that the Commonwealth ends up paying for it in extraordinary circumstances. I would tell you that in this case, it would appear to me that not 40 states are doing this. To those states that are doing it, they are doing it with additional safeguards, and there are a number of examples that are problematic. Mr. President, here again, I think that we probably could have, if it wasn't on one of the last days for this bill, maybe it's still possible, to put a reenactment clause or work it out in a committee of conference to actually come up with something that more closely reflects what others are doing, but I don't think that this bill does it, Mr. President. So I would hope at this point, if there's no way to amend the bill, that we would reject the bill and protect some of our other employers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I appreciated the remarks of the senator from Rockingham and the senator from Bedford. I would remind them that in the Finance Committee, an enactment clause was added to this bill that has the policy run out on July 1, 2022. Now, frankly, the patron of the bill is not happy with that enactment clause, and there are probably many on this floor who aren't. But this bill is one that will apply essentially to claims that were made under enactment clause 5, claims established from March 15th of 2020 to July 1, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the midst of something we have never in our lifetimes been through. There are people in every community of the Commonwealth, people we represent, that are hurting, that have lost their jobs. And this bill says that people that have lost their jobs and have received unemployment and received it wrongly through no fault of their own don't have to pay it back. Now, in the Commerce and Labor Committee, it was represented to the committee that amounted to about 1.5% of payments. In the Finance Committee representation, the BEC had refined the numbers, and it was down to 1/2% of all payments. This bill will have very limited application. It will help people that are hurting, and in this time of COVID, that's what it seems to me we are here to help those people, and I would ask you to pass this bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker rise.
Mr. President, to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I think there's a little confusion on some of the issues that are now before us as a result of multiple substitutes, both in the House and in the Senate, being adopted on this bill as it works its way through the process. What I can tell you is that two changes that we made in the substitute when it was before the Finance Committee dealt with some of the issues that have already been discussed on this bill. One is, as was stated by the Senator from Bath, the provisions of this act shall expire on July 1, 2022. So there is a sunset for this built into the law, to the bill here, that would not, make sure that this is not a permanent change in terms of how that employment services would be offered. The second one is that the fifth enactment, that is right above the one related to the expiration date, states explicitly that all costs to the Unemployment Compensation Fund resulting from the provisions of this act for overpayments of benefits shall be reimbursed to the fund from the general fund in the General Appropriation Act. And that was done to make sure that we were not passing any of the costs of these overpayments that would not be forgiven onto the businesses that operate. So we did address both the issue of making sure that the businesses did not get an increase in the rates that they have to pay into the fund as a result of this, and we did put a termination on it as of July 1, 2022.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Southern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator yield.
Certainly.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, the gentleman has extraordinary knowledge in a lot of areas, and this is just another one. Mr. President, I would ask, because I just can't find where the saving of the assignment of the benefit to for the UI is. Is that something that is there in the bill, or is that something that you think is going to be covered because Senate Finance was kind enough to cover the cost?
There's the floor.
It's really the latter. I mean, it's not explicitly in the bill, but if you don't have those costs, I mean, in essence, if this is reimbursed here, and certainly if that were something that's clearly what the intent is, to make sure that the businesses don't pay, and that's why we're providing the funding, and that's in the fifth enactment clause, which is on lines 140 through 143 of the substitute. And if you would wish, we could take this bill by temporarily and come up with a floor amendment to address that issue explicitly, so there's no ambiguity.
Mr. President.
Further question?
Mr. President, I'm not positive that fixes a problem, but I think that is a serious problem for businesses, because if you get dinged on UI on something that has nothing to do with you, that's a big problem. So if the gentleman would like to have it go by temporarily, that's fine. I think there is another amendment that someone else may be drafting too. So if it's okay with the senator, maybe we just allow it to go by temporarily. Even if I can't support it, should be fixed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator.
Yeah, I'd be happy to let that go by temporarily, have this go by temporarily. So.
Okay. Without objection, House Bill 2040 will go by temporarily.
On page 22, House Bill 2307. I'm getting there. A bill related to Consumer Data Protection Act, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this bill now with this committee substitute is identical to the bill from the senator from Western Fairfax that we basically approved just a few minutes ago. So, and so I would renew my motion that we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise? Okay. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we just passed the similar amendments to Senator Marsden's bill about 45 minutes ago. I didn't want to jump in and interrupt the flow, but this bill is a truly massive bill, and I'm not sure everybody really here understands what they're voting on. And from my perspective, I think once this thing is sort of baked in for a while and the worms start to crawl out, this is going to be a vote you're going to be asked about. And so I just wanted to just take a couple minutes to explain this for y'all, what you're doing. You know, these companies that are out there right now, they are collecting all kinds of data about what you do every day. Google probably knows where you're sitting right now. They probably know how many times you've been in this building in the last month, the last 2 months, the last 5 years if you have an Android phone. Facebook knows who you talk to, what you're talking about. Google takes and mines your email information. They know what you're talking about in your email, who you're talking to. They know what you're interested in, what your views are. Right now, all these companies collect massive amounts of data about your information. I can actually go and Google today and go back and track my location history any minute of the day for the last 5 years by going on Google's website. This is how they know to ask me whether I want to review the restaurant that I ate dinner in last night, the next day, every day. And right now, there are very few, if any, restrictions whatsoever on companies that buy and sell this information. I mean, if you're afraid of the government, the information the private sector has about you is truly tremendous. I had a little bill last year that I was carrying that a species of it got incorporated into the expungement bill we're going to see, a little tiny slice of it. But when I was at town hall meetings, and I had a lot of, shall we say, angry firearms rights supporters showing up to give me grief about some of the bills we were considering last session, when I talked about my data privacy bill, those folks were all in on data privacy. They were all in about what the private sector knows about you and what your rights are with regard to that. This product that we have here in front of us today, I know there wasn't a lot of opposition to it, but that's because there's not a lot of organized consumer organizations to provide advocacy or vetting into issues like this. And some of the worst products that we ever produce in this body are products where you only ever hear from one side and you don't hear from the other side, because we don't get the best information, the best vetting when we don't get that kind of competition of ideas in our committees that produce good products. So this bill, Mr. President, from my perspective, is missing all kinds of stuff. The obvious biggest piece it's missing is a private right of action. I know everybody says, well, you're just a lawyer and you just want to sue and make money or whatever. These companies have information about everybody here. This is information about you. This is information that you own about yourself. They are taking your information about things you do, the things you say, and they are selling it. It is property relating to you. And if anybody should have a right to do something about it, It's the person who is generating the information. It's yourself. This is like the only property that you have no right to do anything about. And under this bill, the only person that can fight for your rights under this is the Attorney General. And I just believe that's fundamentally wrong, because the Attorney General doesn't have the same motivation as I do to protect the information about me. They also don't have the resources to protect 8.5 million Virginians if they hurt one person at a time. That's why a private right of action is so critical, and that's why this bill hasn't passed in any other state, because these other states want to put a private right of action in, and that blows the whole bill up. So I'll just put that out there. But I would just commend everybody to read some of the articles that have been written about this bill, where people have actually vetted it. The bill doesn't prohibit these corporations, large ones, and I say large ones because this bill only applies to really large ones, from discriminating against you if you exercise the rights to opt out of your data being used or sold. It doesn't, it requires consumers to opt in for the processing of your sensitive data. It puts all the burden on the consumers to take actions to have your data controlled instead of it being the other way around, instead of the business coming to you and asking you if they can use your information. It's completely backwards in that regard. Mr. President, I would just submit that, and if anybody wants to see it, I can give you a couple different articles about it. There's about 10 or 15 different things that are wrong with this. And from my perspective, once this thing plays out over the next 2 or 3 years, I think a lot of people are going to have regrets about the legislation and about what we should have done, because I just don't feel like this bill has been the product of a lot of good ideas. And I'm going to probably be one of the lonely votes against it. I think we just need to put some red votes on it to show that we're paying attention, because I think you're going to get questions about this bill once it's done.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Northern Chesapeake? Senator Spruill, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President and members, we just got through doing the Senate bill, the exact same bill. And the senator from, I'm going to start doing right now, Eastern Fairfax, saying that we don't understand. 99% of y'all are smarter than me, except me, except myself, 99%. We just got through doing the same bill. And why did the senator from Eastern Fairfax get up and speak on those? So if we don't understand this, how come you understood the same bill less than 10 minutes ago? The exact same bill. And I know we are all smart in here, and if you got a problem with it, fine. If the senator from Eastern Fairfax doesn't like it, let it bring his own bill back next year. But that's what I'm trying to really understand. As smart as everybody in this room, you can't forget less than 10 minutes ago, the exact same bill. I'm asking y'all to approve the bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is a senior senator from Chesapeake? Senator Cosgrove, rise.
To speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope that you'll support this bill. Is it a perfect bill? No. But this bill was worked on over the past year by the Joint Commission on Technology and Science, and I know that Delegate Hayes put a lot of time and personal effort into this bill. I would prefer that there were a personal right of action in this bill, but you got to start somewhere. And to say we shouldn't pass a bill because it doesn't have everything we want in it would probably be the same for almost every bill that we vote on here. Again, I would associate myself with the remarks from my cohort from Chesapeake, from Northern Chesapeake, and I think that we need to pass this bill. We need to start having some consumer safety when it comes to this data protection. I hope you'll support it. It's been worked on hard. A lot of people have been at the table working on this. And again, half a loaf is better than none. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
The senator from Northern Chesapeake spoke correctly in saying that we just passed this bill out here. I saw it attached to a balloon heading to the 3rd floor. And if you want to get a pursuit balloon, I believe you can see Senator Kiggins. Maybe she has one. But the issue here is right now we have nothing. No data protection for anyone. Consumer Reports testified and said, hey, we're neutral on the bill, but this is a great start. And so what did we do when the bill went over to the House and when the House bill came over here? We put a study group that the administration suggested so that for the next year we can continue to look at any deficits that this bill may have. But just to defend the process here, Mr. President, right here I've got a list of some 230-some people I emailed to be on a Zoom call to learn about this bill. I don't often send out emails with 230 names on it. You know, people called me from the business community and what have you. Nobody called me from people who were concerned about consumer issues here. They just didn't get involved. Now we made sure that they will by having this stakeholder group. Mr. President, California started this out. The state of Washington tried to get it in. They didn't get it through last year because they tried a private right of action. And we knew that would be a deal killer here. But let's allow this to work, because the Attorney General works for everybody, whether you're poor, whether you're middle class, whether you're wealthy. But right now, the only way anybody's going to get any relief is if they can write a check to an attorney to get a private right of action going. And that's just not right. Could we change it later? Sure, if it's not working. But we've got a system in place here. This is considered by the folks who are neutral on either side of the issue. They say this is the best bill they've seen, and I would urge you to support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, for what purpose does the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Commonsensically speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
It's 7:15 tonight. I'm going to remind the body about this bill as it has worked its way through the system. And I appreciate that there are those who want to resonate their eloquence. But this bill has, in an aggregate vote, is 26-3. We're spending a lot of time talking about what is not in the bill, and this bill is going to come out of here with a significant vote, and I rise in support of it because I was one of those 3 votes.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Mr. President, I will keep this to 45 seconds. If I exceed 45 seconds, raise your hand and I will sit down.
The senator has the floor.
Every provision in this chapter is subject to line 443, which says the Attorney General shall have exclusive jurisdiction to enforce the provisions. Every protection we have in here is based on the AG's office responding to a constituent. This bill will become unenforceable from the day it's enacted. I'm going to vote no. The rest of you all years later will claim you voted no. Do what you want.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Speaking briefly.
Senator has the floor.
First, Mr. President, there's no way I'm getting back to Roanoke County at a decent time, so that's quite all right. The senator from Northern Chesapeake was exactly right. The senator from Eastern Fairfax should have spoken up a few minutes ago, and I had already gotten my yellow sheet to correct that vote because, you know, we were flying through things. A lot of the worst things that we ever do are done on days like today when, you know, we take 70, 80 votes and we don't want to debate anything. And we're also told, you know, half a loaf's better than no loaf at all. The last time I think we were in a situation like this was on the constitutional amendment for property rights a little more than a decade ago. And I remember all these companies kept saying, this is great, it will protect personal private property rights. You might not think it's as good as you could like, but we need to do it now. And the reality was we needed to slow down and make sure that we got it done right, because what will happen is we'll be told, well, we already passed the protection previously, and we won't do anything else. And I am not someone that feels great about the Attorney General standing up for consumers. He's done a little bit better, just a little bit, but he hasn't done that great by what he's legally charged for now. And I'm not that confident other attorney generals will. So I agree with the senator from Chesapeake. You need to kick the senator from Eastern Fairfax and make him speak up earlier, because this really is something that we need to do. That would be the next motion the senator from Eastern Fairfax ought to make, so I don't have to walk my yellow sheet up there. I'll do that next then.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2307? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2307 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. House Bill 2307 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
So 5 of us can correct our votes, apparently. Having voted on the prevailing side in which the Senate agreed to the House substitute on Senate Bill 1392, I move that we reconsider that vote.
What page is that, Senator?
On page 8.
Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the House substitute be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Having previously explained the bill, Mr. President, I move that the bill, that we accept the House substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
On page 23, House Bill 2330, a bill relating to electric utilities percentage of income payment program, reported for the Committee on Finance, reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment. And we have a floor substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Sorry, Senator, I think we need to reject the committee amendment firt.
Beg your pardon, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. President, I move that we reject the amendment from the Finance Committee. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move we approve the amendment from the Finance Committee. My apologies, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would say one of the amendments we put on, I know, was a reenactment clause. Is that staying on in your substitute?
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman, yes, sir, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the floor substitute, Mr.
Senator, want to waive the reading?
Mr. President, I wish we would waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. It can only get better from here, I hope. Speaking of the floor substitute.
Senator is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You will see that I supported this in committee, so maybe it won't get better from here, but probably should just gone to church today, this weekend and work this out, but instead I offer the substitute because this is a program that's designed to take a percentage of money. So if you fall within the parameters that I'll speak to in a moment, if your power bill is over 6% of that, this program is designed to make up the difference and to help you along. Well, the bill as it came out of committee spoke to much more expansive of an effort. On the previous bill on line 74 and 75, it discussed the electrification of homes. And so while, Mr. President, that may be an exceptional idea, it really expands on the program that we're talking about much too much, and was not what this original bill that we passed last year was designed to do. So, Mr. President and members, this takes the electrification effort out of the bill, which was reading that it would convert building systems that use coal, gas, oil, or propane to high-efficiency equipment powered by electricity supplied by an electric utility. That may be a wonderful program and an idea that this body looks towards in the future, but was not intended in this original program. So this substitute takes the electrification effort out, Mr. President. It also, if you go to the previous bill on line 154, you see that before that, we named several programs that exist that allow people to qualify. Well, these programs had different percentages. Some would be 200% of poverty, some 125, some for children up to 8 years old. So what we've done here, they initially had made up to 200% of poverty level. The substitute changes that to 150, because for all practical purposes, when you get to the 6% cost of power bill, once you get past 150, most folks are going to make more money than they would to qualify for the program. So the 150 is just a practical application of folks that will likely be able to take advantage of the program. We also had a term in the bill that you saw before, Mr. President, that talked about a whole home retrofit. That was in keeping with the electrification effort. And so the adjustments that we've made, and the reason I got involved in this, Mr. President, is the Department of Social Services needs Section C and D that helps them implement the bill that we passed last year, this year. But the bill, as it came to the floor, was much more expansive, offering these electrification efforts, offering the department the opportunity to come up with new energy-efficient programs that they can develop. Again, Mr. President, these might be things that we should look into in the future, but now are not really something that should be a part of the program that we passed this year. So, Mr. President, this substitute is an effort to help social services move towards implementing. I did forget one thing, Mr. President, and that is that what we have done, some of the utilities have determined that they would not have enough time. The previous bill said that they would have to implement by March 1 of next year. Social Services expects to have these regulations promulgated by December 1. This would give the utilities 1 year after the regulations are promulgated to be prepared to implement the program. One of them says that might not be enough, so there are some other efforts that we may have to undertake. And each utility has talked about maybe the need for us to review capping the cost of this program in the future. That's not suggested in the substitute, Mr. President, but I say that to you, sir, and to my colleagues, because there's still going to be likely more work to be done. But this substitute is designed to hone down the amendment and make this more workable so the DSS can implement the bill that we passed last year. So with that explanation, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise?
Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, not having been in Commerce and Labor and only receiving the substitute minutes ago, as I'm reading this under the second enactment clause, starting on lines 280, that means that my ratepayers, people who receive electricity across the Commonwealth, will have a new service fee, which in here says non-bypassable on their bill in order to pay for this program.
There's the
Mr.
floor.
President, I answered the gentleman that as the program was perceived last year, it was designed to do just that and determine the cost over the ratepayers, and yes, sir, to collect those fees and then move them towards the ability to help these lower income folks with their bills. So, Mr. President, I answered the gentleman that is so.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for a further question?
Senator yield.
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, could the gentleman give me an idea of what the additional amount of money each one of my constituents who purchases electricity will have to pay in their monthly bill?
Mr. President, I answered the gentleman. We've seen some initial estimated spreadsheets that are based on average cost, and between the two utilities, you're talking about in the $140, $150 million range as the first estimate. What that averages by ratepayer, Mr. President, I do not have a figure for him.
So, further questions?
So, Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, is this an accurate representation that my constituents are going to be paying $140 million a year for electricity in order to fund this program?
Senator,
President, I yield, and I say to the gentleman that across the board for the entire Commonwealth, through both different utilities, all ratepayers will absorb that cost, but yours particularly will not pay the entire, and many of yours, Mr. President, may be eligible for the reduction and the help with their bill.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senior Senator from, you want to take it? Senator
Yes,
from
sir.
Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that discussion and direction that we're trying to head, I'll be happy to answer any other questions, but if not, I move passage of the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2330? For purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
So we have this bill that's before us to continue going down the program because we've got to help people whose electric bills are too expensive by making other folks' energy bills more expensive. The same folks that we froze the electric rates on, or this General Assembly did, I wasn't here, I didn't do it. Don't want to make it sound like I did. But this General Assembly froze the rates on back in 2015. And then in 2018, passed legislation allowing more of that money that was overcharged, that we all knew was going to be overcharged from those frozen rates, to spend that money on the projects they wanted to do anyways, and further provide more returns for investors at the expense of ratepayers. And then in the last, I could go every single year, we've done something bad to the ratepayer. The regular ratepayer, the man, the woman that works a decent job, and electric bills are significant to them, but they make enough money so that they don't qualify for all these assistance programs. But every year we charge them more for the energy in their house. Last year we passed another legislation, the Clean Economy Act, that really shot up the price on these folks for years to come. And now we're saying we recognize that this is too expensive for some people. Every year this General Assembly continues down this path, and it's not right, and it's very disappointing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Just a point or two of information. Number one,
There's the floor.
I believe, Mr. President, the reenactment clause is still in the bill. That's number one. Number two, that $150 million a year spread across the residential and industrial and commercial customers of all the utilities. It's would be Dominion, Appalachian, and maybe even the co-ops. This is what it's going to come to a month: $1.25. $1.25 a month. Certainly, that's going to shut everybody down. I would hope that we would pass the bill now as amended.
Question is, shall
Mr. President?
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Sorry, I can't resist speaking a second time.
Senator has the floor.
I love hearing over and over again that it's another dollar here, it's another dollar there. 2013, we raised transportation taxes. And at that time, there wasn't a floor for the gas price. And gas prices went down. It's almost shocking that the other folks in the energy sector who wanted us to freeze the rates in 15, were advocating that we'd freeze the prices when energy prices were going down. And this General Assembly did that. And it wasn't too much money. And then 2018, we froze it. And then, at the same time, we said, we have to put a floor in for the gas prices because it's not generating as much revenue as we hoped it would. And that was just a few dollars. And then we have to raise inspection fees, and that's just a few dollars. And we're going to allow a sales tax, county by county, for school construction, and that's just something we're going to do separately. And it's just $1 here and $1 there, and that might not be a big deal if you represent a district where folks make 6 figures on average. But if you represent folks that make half of that, it matters. And I love hearing over and over again about how it's not that much money. And last year I was told, we're going to put the cell phone ban, you can't put it in your hand because most cars already have this. Most of my constituents don't drive cars that already have it. And then they say, you just go on Amazon and you get it for $20. Time after time, we keep raising the cost to simply be a middle-class person living in this Commonwealth. And it gets me very upset when I'm told it's not that much money because I'm told over and over again that the electric utilities can't spare that when they're going to clean up coal ash, and isn't that so benevolent of them, we're actually going to allow them to take profit on the practice that was previously profitable for them to exercise. So I'm sorry, I know I'm not getting back to Roanoke County anytime soon tonight, and you all have shorter drives except for the senator from Washington and the senator from Accomack, but I am not going to allow, Franklin County is closer than Roanoke County, Senator Stanley, but I cannot bear to hear again that it's just $1 here, it's just $1 there. It's every time it's reaching into the pockets of another mandatory fee on middle-class Virginians. And the same corporations benefit again and again. And I don't blame them. I was talking to someone else the other night. I hope every company I'm invested in works as hard trying to return profit to me as an investor. I blame this General Assembly for again and again doing this. How many times are we going to allow this? We're acknowledging that we've raised electric rates too much. So now we're going to take it out of middle-class folks to give it to folks that have less money. But throughout, the utility will be great. And we just keep doing this again and again. Thank you, Mr. President. I feel better, but I don't feel good for the Commonwealth.
The question is, shall House Bill 2330 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. House Bill 2330 passes.
On page 23, House Bill 2332.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I'm sorry, I need to read the title. House Bill 2332, a bill relating to the Commonwealth Health Reinsurance Program, establish special fund, establish assessment federal waiver application. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, this bill came through Commerce and Labor, although I think Senator Barker was a lot more involved in this with Delegate Sickles. I wasn't sure of what the financial breakdown would be, and I'll let Senator Barker explain that, but essentially we would put up 20% or $20 million and get back almost 5 times that much from the federal government. And with that, I would yield to the senator from Southern Fairfax.
Which senator would like to move the committee substitute?
Yes, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what's proposed here is a health reinsurance program that would be for the insurance products that are selected when people go on the health insurance exchange. There are a lot of people, particularly a lot of individuals, who go on the exchange to be able to get buy insurance policies. What this is designed to do is to lower the cost of those plans that are there for those individuals, partly because it's just individuals coming to the market there, and there's, in some instances, they may not have had health insurance coverage previously. What ends up happening is that, or what ended up happening was that, as a lot of us, saw and we dealt with in previous sessions of the General Assembly, in the early years of those exchanges operating, there was some fairly costly products that were on there and some significant increases in cost over the first 2 to 3 years. What has been happening recently is that once people who had had pre-existing conditions that had not been treated because they didn't have health insurance coverage are now much healthier, and their costs have come down and the rates have come down fairly significantly in terms of the utilization of the products. What this is designed to do is to provide a further reduction in the costs that would have to be paid by the individuals on the exchange. And generally, I think there are 14 or 15 states that have enacted it. And generally what they've done is decrease the premiums by about 10 to 20%. And that has helped get more people into the market to get health insurance coverage. So it does have a significant advantage there. One of the things is that when the premiums come down, there's benefit to the individual, but there's also a benefit to in terms of the premium cost, but there's also a benefit to the federal government, which subsidizes a lot of the cost of the premiums of individuals on the health insurance exchange, so that through tax policy. And that's where you get what the senior senator from Fairfax referred to. What is proposed here is that eventually, let's say you put in an investment of $40 million, we actually get over $200 million back from the federal government because they give us all the benefits that they get out of the program. And so it is a significant benefit to the Commonwealth as well as to individuals in the Commonwealth. And I would hope it would be the pleasure of the body to pass this measure.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Mr. President, I ask if the senator from Southern Fairfax would yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Certainly.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, I understand that there's a work group. I'm reading the enactment clauses, and there will be a work group to study the availability of subsidies. So my question is, with the dollars we're getting back from the federal government as a result of this reinsurance program, will they be reinvested into subsidies and other avenues to ensure more people can access insurance on the health exchange?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, Senator Favola, what this would do is provide monies that we could use to address related health care issues throughout the Commonwealth and actually enhance what we're doing already to try to help people get adequate health care services.
That's just another reason why we should support this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2332? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2332 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. House Bill 2332 passes.
If we can return to page 15, we need an update on where possible amendments or substitutes are. House Bill 1804. What? Never mind. Senator Sasslaw.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Contested calendar, House bills on third reading. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 15 through 18, House Bill 1804 through House Bill 2302, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, should the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 15 through 18, House Bill 1804 through House Bill 2302, be placed upon their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1804, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. House Bill 1837, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. House Bill 1921, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections. House Bill 1982, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. House Bill 1983, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you. Can House Bill 1983 on page 17 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 1983 will be removed from the block.
House Bill 2058, reported from the Committee on Education and Health and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 2068, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Hold on. I'm sorry. That is the wrong. I would move. Let me take my thing off. I would move that I would request that we reject the committee substitute, and having done that, I'll make a motion. Let me give a word of explanation.
Senator's floor.
The substitute, and through nobody's fault, kind of snuck through committee. It made some definitional changes that, frankly, none of us caught. There was some concern in the farming community about those definitional changes. I've talked to the patron that I think it's better to just let the bill go through as originally written, and if he wants to amend it, to do it at the governor's desk. So I would ask that we reject the committee substitute, and having done that, I make the motion we adopt it.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator.
House Bill 2187, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. House Bill 2302, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute of 2187.
2302.
Oh, excuse me. Move the substitute for 2302.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is all bills except for House Bill 1983. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 17, House Bill 1983.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This had to do with wetland mitigation banks. I'm going to defer to my colleague from Stafford to explain it.
Thank the senator. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to it.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what this bill does is it allows you to acquire mitigation credits in a secondary service area. And the reason that's so important is we had several projects this year in Virginia, economic development projects, that couldn't find mitigation credits in the primary area. And so essentially those projects had to come to a halt. There was a great deal of negotiation and work that went into this and came out with a bill where if you have to go into a secondary area, you actually have to acquire a few more credits. But at the end of the day, I must say Delegate Bullock did a heck of a job because he got all of the folks on board and they came up with a compromise bill that everybody agreed on, and I would hope this body would support it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Stafford yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. President, the question would be, as far as these wetland mitigation banks in a different proximity, do they still have to be within the existing watershed of the project?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, they do.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1983? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1983 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 1983 passes.
On page 18, regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 2174, a bill relating to the Virginia Saves Program establishment, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute, and we have 12 floor amendments from Senator Suderline and a floor sub.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate waive the reading of the amendments.
We have a substitute. You need to withdraw.
Senator, just to clarify.
I believe the substitute's no longer in
Right.
order.
If the senator would withdraw the floor substitute, then we can get to the amendments.
Yes, sir. So moved.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd renew my motion to waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate agree to the floor amendments, and speaking briefly to that.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill before you, I think, is a great intent to help provide long-term for employees of various businesses across the Commonwealth. What my amendments seek to do is to make the program voluntary. I think that the bill, if it's a voluntary program, it's a great thing that encourages entrepreneurship around the Commonwealth. And you'll have more folks being able to provide these long-term benefits to their employees. But if you make it a requirement, especially if you take the requirement as what came here originally and what I fear would happen in conference, you're going to discourage entrepreneurship because you're going to have very few businesses that are going to want to be locked in to providing these benefits at such a low number of employees. So I think it's a great concept, but it's something that should be voluntary, not mandatory. And so I move the amendments.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, to speak to the amendments.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, to speak to the amendments, let me first say that I really congratulate the delegate because what we have here is an opportunity to have a savings plan, but you don't have the extraordinary cost. If you've ever been in business and you've tried to set up a 401k, you set aside an enormous administrative cost to get that done, and it is ongoing cost. This is a process, even though if it were up to me, I would not put it in Virginia 529. I would put it in VRS. There's a lot of things out there that I would not have done in this. I do believe that the difficulty with the current version is that it is mandatory from day one for those businesses that are over 25. It was 5 when we started. The senator from Fairfax, chairman of the Finance Committee, was kind to accept an amendment that moved it to 25. Here's the problem as I see. Setting up these plans are extraordinary. Virginia 529, I don't think is ready to go. Having everyone do it is going to be huge. And if you end up working through the process, and the bill seems to indicate that even if you have one part-time employee that opts in, you're in. I think that we should move to where Delegate Torian's bill is, but not on the timeline we're on. I believe we should make sure that this is a successful program for the many companies that will want to do this and supply the benefit, and they will not have to incur the 401k costs, but they should do it first. They should do it first with a voluntary basis, and then we should come back down here and talk about the proper phase-in for the rest. So I would hope that we would strongly consider this. I would certainly hope that this does not put the bill in any jeopardy, because I think that this program is a great wealth generator for a lot of people that currently do not generate wealth, but they can do it through a savings program. I think administratively, this makes a lot more sense. I would also tell you that I believe that this would mean that all the business groups that you have heard from that are opposed to this bill would end up being in favor of this bill with this type of a phase-in approach. So that's my support for the floor amendment, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise. Senator is the floor.
I would hope we would not accept this series of amendments. It would, in effect, just gut what is a very important initiative. We've already made considerable concessions. We've delayed when it would be implemented to when it was practical. It could be later than what is stated in the bill. And we've gone from 4 to 25 employees. I'm sad we had to do that, actually, because I think people, employees should be able to have quality retirement accounts. But we've made those concessions already. I don't think we need to totally undermine the whole initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments are rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20.
Ayes 19, noes 20. The floor amendments fail. Yeah. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the bill pass.
Thanks.
It has been explained through the amendments, so I'll move it pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall rise?
Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Of course.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the conversation about the number of employees, it was unclear to me. As I read it, it appears an eligible employee is anybody 18 years of age, currently employed and receiving wages. So does that apply to part-time employees as well?
Senator, the floor.
I do not know the answer to that.
Thank the senator. Further question?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, certainly if this bill is 25 employees that are full-time capacity, it is one thing. If it's 25 employees that are part-time capacity, which I believe the language indicates if you're 18 years of age or older, you're employed and you're receiving wages, which part-time employees would do, then that means you could have a small business that at certain times of the year or for a particular event has to have a number of part-time employees, and then you would have to be offering these retirement programs to those part-time employees if one of them decided to opt in. Mr. President, I echo the statements made by some previous speakers in that creating a system for retirement is a good way to go. And I've actually sponsored legislation that gave additional options for our state employees. But as we've done those programs, they have been voluntary programs, not mandatory programs. And certainly when you start going down into small businesses, particularly ones that have a number of part-time employees and require them to have these programs, they're challenging to administer, and employers will have to make decisions about the number of employees they have, and it could actually cost jobs instead of lifting up individuals that they intended.
Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
I'm going to make a motion and then speak to it. I move that this bill go by temporarily for just a moment. I agree, and I voted against the amendments because they were presented as a block. I do support the bill. I've spoken with the delegate about it. I think it's an outstanding idea. But I agree with the gentleman from Hanover. Part-time employees should not count to the 25-person total, nor should that be one of the folks that would basically be awarded this employment benefit. It really should be full-time employees. So I would support a floor amendment to that precise effect if we could go by temporarily. And that's my motion.
Senator, without objection, House Bill 2174 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2263, a bill relating to the abolition of the death penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill go by for the day so another body can get caught up to us on Monday when we will debate this bill.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, House Bill 2263 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1902, a bill relating to expanded polystyrene food service containers prohibition civil penalty, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, is this the last opportunity for this to go by, or do I have to move on this? All right, here we're going to move on this.
Senator, just to answer your question, you could have it go by again temporarily if necessary.
All right, have it go by one last time. I'm literally in the middle of a conversation right now by text message, so thank you.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, House Bill 1902 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 1965, a bill relating to the State Air Pollution Control Board low emissions and zero emissions vehicle standards, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments, and from the committee, and 3 floor amendments.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The State Pollution Control Board, low emission and Go ahead, which one make?
I'm sorry,
Mr.
go ahead.
President, move to committee amendments. Sorry.
Which committee amendments? It's the Committee on Commerce and Labor?
Yes.
Committee amendments?
Do I have to move?
Yeah, yes, you can move them. Would you like to move them?
Yes, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, direct the State Air Pollution Control Board.
Senator, I'm sorry. Sorry, one
Yes,
second.
sir.
Everyone could please have their seats and keep a little quiet so the members can be heard. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so again, just to get us all on the same page, Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, I think what we'd like to do, if you're okay with this, is to first, 1, move the committee amendments.
Yes, sir.
And then 2, go to the floor amendments of Senator Newman, take those up, and then come back with regard to passage, and maybe we come back at that point.
That'd be fine, Mr. President.
Okay, thank the Senator. Would you like to move the committee amendments, or do you want to move?
So move, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the floor amendments be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we had a good discussion about this yesterday and kind of worked our way through a number of the items, and these amendments come forward as an opportunity to fix those processes. Mr. President, my concern about the bill is that once we pass this bill, we are going to do a number of things that we don't normally do. One, we are going to bypass the APA process on what is going to be tremendous regulation. This is going to be a major change, and we're going to go by the APA process. Number two is that this regulation, if we pass it under this bill, we will follow California on all of this Clean Air Act forever, whatever they do, and is acceded to by the federal government. Mr. President, I just don't remember us ever doing that. And so my amendments try to get the legislature back into that process. It says, go through the APA, make sure that you come up with what the regulations are, bring them back to the legislature, let us consider those regulations, what they look like, what it means to enter the California process. And then, I think very importantly, it says that if California goes off the deep end, and I know many of us can't imagine that, but if California goes off the deep end on their regulation, then we will not follow California over the deep end. Instead, that regulation will come back to us. And to be clear, we will have two choices. Either we will follow California over the abyss with our regulation, or number two is we'll go back under the federal program. Mr. President, that's basically what the amendments do. It puts the legislature back into the process. We still have that great opportunity to look at the regulation before it goes into effect, and for goodness sakes, make sure we have the APA process, and make sure that if California decides to go in a much different direction, we get a look at it. Mr. President, that's what the amendments do.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Speaking on this amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I was told, if I'm not mistaken, it says that Virginia has adopted a state standard that has already been defended in the court and held up, rather than adopting a federal standards that may or may not be applicable to what we're trying to do. So I agree with what the gentleman is saying, but we have already had this in court. It has already been held up that Virginia does not have to apply by the adoption by the federal standards.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
I don't know if it's exactly a question, but I agree. The California standard has gone to the court, and it's fine. If we do this, I don't think there's going to be a lawsuit on that. I think we're just going to follow California. But my concern is we're going to follow California potentially if they move to change it and the federal government accedes to that over the cliff. So the gentleman has read the bill correctly. You're exactly right. There's no question about that. I agree with him that the federal standards have been approved. The California standards have been okayed, and the courts are okay with them. But it's just a question of, do we follow a Virginia way? Do we know what the APA process comes up with? Do we know what the regulations look like? And do we do everything California decides to do in the future? So the gentleman is correct. I'm sorry, it's not exactly a question. I think I'm agreeing with you. So.
Thank the Senator. The Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator
Yes, Mr. President, I'm asking the Senate not to adopt the amendments from the Senator, please.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendments.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask the body to reject these amendments for two reasons. One, they are not friendly to the bill, although well-intended they may be. But two, I think they solve a problem that doesn't quite exist. Currently, Virginia doesn't make any decisions, and absent this bill, won't make any decisions about the emission standards for our cars. Those decisions, absent this bill, are made in Washington, D.C. by the federal government. We can't cede state control by adopting clean car standards because we don't have any state-level oversight to cede at the moment. Rather, with this bill, we would claim our right under the Clean Air Act to adopt stronger state-based emission standards, as the 14 other states have already done, and 3 more are in the process of doing. The only way Virginia can have its own clean car standards that are more stringent than the federal standards is to opt out of state-based emission standards. And that is a multi-state standard. And we do not automatically go to what California has because we can withdraw from the state standards anytime we want. The bottom line, though, is this amendment will undermine the point of the whole bill, and the patron very much opposes it, and I ask that we reject it.
Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Would the gentlelady from Richmond yield the floor for the purpose of the question?
Will the Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. Give the floor.
Mr. President, would the gentlelady agree with me that if we do not have the amendment, that one, we will not go through the APA process on this regulation, and two, that if we do this under the black and white letters of the bill, that if California moves and the federal government accedes to that we will make that change unless there's a regulatory change that occurs in a different location. In other words, it is not going to be a legislative decision whether or not we move forward.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman by saying that if this amendment is not adopted, we will not automatically move to what California adopts without any input as a Commonwealth, that there will be an opportunity through that process for Virginia to participate.
Mr. President, would gentlelady yield?
Senator, yield for another question?
I will yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentlelady how. I mean, do we have to end up introducing a separate bill, a brand new bill, and come in and stop it after the fact if they decide to go forward?
Mr. President, I would
There's the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman that California develops its standards in consultations with the other clean car states, and that we would be participating in that process just as every other state that participates has done over the past few decades.
Mr. President.
Further question?
Yes, further question.
Senator yield.
Yes.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm a little confused. As I understand that this is a California generated regulation, and what actually has to happen is California decides to change, go off the cliff. If the federal government approves it, and it does take a federal government approval, by the way, because that's what they have to do, then those that are in the, quote, compact follow that path.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, my understanding of the process is that California does not operate in a vacuum from the other states that participate in the compact, that it acts in consultation with the other clean car states, and to the extent that they get too aggressive, we can withdraw from the compact. And I would add that California constitutionally cannot force Virginia to do anything.
Mr. President.
Further question?
I apologize, but right up to the last
Senator,
point.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, if the bill passes, at least what is said in the bill, we will end up adopting the California standard. There may be some other states that are doing it also, but basically the way the language is written, it says that if California changes their rules and and the federal government approves it, no matter how far over the abyss they go, we will be part of that group. And I would ask the gentleman, does she not agree that it'll be up to us then to consider whether or not we actually put in a bill to change that process?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I agree that we can withdraw at any point that we want to through legislation, and that the way that the regulatory process works, that's not something that's going to happen overnight. And if we get to a point where we want to withdraw, we will have the ability to do that. But when the standards are made, they will be made in consultation with the other clean car states, including Virginia. If at any point during that process, before those standards are adopted, we want to withdraw, we can.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking against the floor amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to remind the body the reason that we're doing this is because we know that our automobile emissions greatly contribute to our environmental problems, and it is incumbent upon us to start making changes. Just a couple of days ago, we passed the bill that will start looking at our infrastructure and the electrification of our transportation system. This bill has been carefully negotiated and crafted with the automobile manufacturers, with the environmental community, in order to move us forward so that we can meet our 2045 standards. In fact, if we are to accept the amendments that we're considering here on the floor, that will mess up the negotiated agreement with the manufacturers and this whole strategy. And so I urge the body to vote against the floor amendment and move the bill forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would likewise urge the body to vote against the floor amendment, and I appreciate that some folks want to maintain some level of independence about this, but from my perspective, we actually lose independence. What's been going on at the federal level is the feds have been back and forth on these CAFE standards, these policies. And what the industry wants is certainty. That's why you see the coalition of groups that have come together to support this, because they want to know what the rules are going to be. They want so they can make plans and plan their business. That's what a lot of business owners tell me is what the business community needs to thrive is certainty. This provides them with certainty. The California standards are negotiated collaboratively. They don't go into effect until 3 years after they are determined. You have a 3-year period to opt out. We can get out at that point if we want to get out. Mr. President, right now, we're losing out. Electric vehicles are coming. And 1 out of 3 Virginians who purchase an electric vehicle today buy them out of state. Not only do our Virginia businesses miss out on that business, but about a third of our transportation trust fund comes from vehicle sales taxes. We are losing out because other states are getting ahead of us that surround us. And this is the future. Virginia can lead in this regard. We can help make, right now, transportation is the #1 source of carbon dioxide emissions in the world. We need to take our step, and this makes us a leader. The floor amendment will just leave us kind of where we are, Mr. President. I think we need to stick with the bill that came out of committee.
For what purpose is the senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
You know, Mr. President, for years at Halloween, I used to open the door and go, boo, at the kids when they'd knock on the door. But now I found something even more frightening. When they knock on the door, I open the door and I go, California. Terrifying. California. I was at an environmental conference a few years ago and met the senator, lovely retired woman who stood up to the auto industry in California. And she said, these are going to be our standards. And they said, well, we just won't sell cars in California then. And she said, oh yeah? Well, try me. Well, they still sell cars in California, and they met her standards, and your children are breathing cleaner air today because she stood up to them. Now, California might be a frightening thing to people, but they're trying to get our air clean and help us do it just like we are. And no bill is perfect, but we've got to get going on this stuff. We can't afford to wait any longer. Let's reject this floor amendment. Let's pass this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak very briefly to the bill. I certainly align myself with some of the comments that have already been made, but I just want to make 2 additional points. Everybody's referring to this as the California standard. California is sitting down with 13 other states, so it's a 14-state negotiated standard, and there's soon to be added Colorado, Maine, and Minnesota, and I hope Virginia. So by rejecting the amendment, we in fact interject ourselves into a process so we could have a seat at the table and be in a leadership position in terms of what that standard might be. We do need to have a voice. It is clear that car emissions are a major contributor to our very, very poor environment right now. And we have to move forward, and we have to take steps to do that. And this will allow us to have some control over what that destiny may look like. And I also want to say, if once we get a seat at the table, we can always continue to make a choice. We can stay with the 14-state negotiated standard, or we can revert to the federal standard. So this should not be posed as a very frightening, over-the-top kind of level that we could never meet, because that's just not the case. I'd like us to please reject the amendment, move forward with the bill, and let's get into a position where we can really clean the air for our Virginians. That would be a major step forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, speaking briefly, the bill.
Senators, the floor.
You know, if we object to calling it the California standard, let's call it the Northern Virginia standard, okay? And when we talk about sincerely worrying about businesses and looking out for business, you know, let me translate that. What we're doing is telling businesses what they can sell, okay? That's what we're doing. And we're telling consumers, families, what they can buy. We just talked about $1.25 that it was going to cost for this new energy fund that we're going to be putting together. Well, let me tell you, how about inspections? Inspections are going to go up to $28, at least that's what they are now, for emissions inspections. They're probably going to be $38 before long. It's also going to be driving up the cost of vehicles, and it's going to be more than $1.25. And you worry about some of the car dealers? Well, I would worry about some of the car dealers out my way and in the direction of the senator from Bristol. There's people down there are going to drive across State Street and are going to buy their cars and trucks in Bristol, Tennessee. And people out my way are going to drive over to Franklin and Moorfield, and they're going to buy cars and trucks over in Franklin and Moorfield. Folks in Northern Virginia, you may not be able to do that. You may not be able to go to Montgomery County, Maryland, but you sure can go to the panhandle of West Virginia. I don't want to do that. I don't think we ought to be imposing this kind of big government decision-making on families in Virginia, on businesses in Virginia. We should not give away the store to California or Northern Virginia. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that some will support this amendment, and I've listened to this discussion on the floor, and frankly, I'm fascinated by it. The gentlelady from Arlington, whom I have great respect for, I think we agree with the vast majority of what you say, but it's counterintuitive to say that we're going to have a voice when we're submitting our voice to California, and that's what many of us object to. We want to retain our autonomy. I listened to the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax and talked about the wave of the future, and I agree with that. Electric cars are coming, but why would we hold California out as the divine standard when they are experiencing a mass exodus of their citizens and their businesses? The premier electric car maker in the world, Tesla, is leaving, going elsewhere because of draconian policies like this body may adopt today. Let Virginia lead in its own way. Let's not follow California. They are not an example for the rest of the country, and certainly not Virginia right now, as they are experiencing a dramatic turn down of so many citizens leaving the state, as well as their largest businesses and headquarters.
What purpose does Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Speaking of the bill one more time, Mr.
Senators, the
President,
floor.
briefly. First of all, last I checked, Mr. President, California is growing at the same pace the rest of the country is. I think it's slated to not lose a single congressional seat this year. So While there might be some other businesses that might be leaving, there are plenty of them that are coming. But just so we're clear about the choice here, okay? I mean, if the business community didn't like the bill, then why do they support it? Right? I mean, if they thought that this was such a horrible idea, then why do they say, we need you to do this? Doing nothing is also a choice. And doing nothing is also telling Virginians they have to do something. You know what doing nothing is? Doing nothing is telling Virginians they got to breathe dirty air. They got to breathe carbon dioxide. It's telling them they got to change their lifestyle because our oceans are going to go up. It's telling Norfolk to plan for rise in sea level. It's telling those taxpayers that they're going to have to pay for the costs that other people want to spend because they want to continue to burn gasoline to run their cars around. That's the choice you're making. It also is telling taxpayers they got to pay for asthma, and they got to pay for lung cancer, and they got to pay for all the other externalities that come from burning gasoline. It's not just simply a matter of telling businesses what to do or what cars people can buy. People's choices affect everybody. And so by not doing anything, we are also telling other Virginians what they have to do and what they have to pay for. You pay for everything at some point, Mr. President, and it's not that simple about which kind of car that we're ordering people to buy a certain car or some kind of technology. It's not that simple at all. It's time we start looking at the total costs of our behavior and not the stuff that's just right in front of our face. And we need to reject this floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, just to wrap up, a couple of things. One, I've tried to keep it from my conservative base that I own a Tesla, and I like it. Mr. President, the electric car industry, I think, is coming, and I very much enjoy that car that we have. Mr. President, there's been some things, though, said here today that I just need to take issue with. One, it was stated that this really isn't a California standard at all. I urge you, because you don't have to actually pull up the bill, that I know that's possible for you, but you can actually look in your calendar, and you can see that in provision number 5, that it says in line 5 that California credit balance multiplied by the ratio of the average number of passenger cars and light trucks that are manufactured and produced for sale in Virginia will be, it's a ratio, to the average number of passenger cars and light trucks manufactured and produced and delivered for sale in California. That's going to be our standard. It's right there. It's not maybe, it's there. We're going to follow the California standard. Number 2 is there's been some discussion about cooperation. I believe there could be some cooperation, but please look at amendment number 3. It took out lines 71 and 72. Just what does that happen to be? That is C. The board may work in cooperation with and enter into agreements with other states to administer the requirements of any regulation pursuant to this section. It took out that cooperation. It did it in Amendment 3. Mr. President, then you come to the amendments that we're offering, and I did not think we were offering too much. We're saying, please go through the APA process, the normal process. Number 2, bring them back to us and let us look at them. If they're okay, we're good. And then next, if we end up seeing that California, with the acquiescence of the federal government, goes off the deep end, we will have to approve first. Mr. President, that's what's before us, and I hope we would approve the amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The floor amendments are rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 20.
Ayes 18, noes 20. The floor amendments are rejected. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move of the passage of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It directs the State Pollution Control Board to implement a low emission and zero emission vehicle program for motor vehicles with model year of 2025 or later. Regulations adopted by the board to implement a program exempt from the Administration Process Act and should not become effective until prior to January 1, 2024. The bill also authorized the State Corporation Commission to exclude sales related to such vehicles from certain energy efficiency calculations. The committee recommends provide that the program only apply to vehicles that weighs 14,000 pounds or less, removes language regarding multi-state agreements, provide for a zero-emission vehicle credit system under which a manufacturer can sell or trade credits or use them to meet their obligation under the ZEV program. Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1965?
Mr. President.
What purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise?
I'll be brief. We've discussed it basically, but I think this is a bad precedent that we're taking on. We're going to cede our authority to another state, and we're going to do it without the APA process, and those are important fundamental items, and I hope that at least some will vote no.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 1965 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 15.
Ayes 21, noes 15. House Bill 1965 passes.
House Bill 1979, a bill relating to electric vehicle rebate program creation and funding report, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Two.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
This bill creates an electric vehicle rebate program and fund to provide rebates of between $2,500 and $4,500 based somewhat on household income for the purchase of an electric vehicle.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Northern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator yield.
Yes.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm drowning in pink sheets of all the different substitutes over here and trying to read the different electronic versions. And in its current posture, what's the amount of money that or income a family would? What's the threshold for them to receive this assistance?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I believe, and I wouldn't put my life on it, but I believe it's below 300% of poverty.
Senator, further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would definitely not ask the senator to put her life on any question. We do not want that. And although I trust her and thank her.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1979? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1979 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. House Bill 1979 passes.
On House Bill 2040, we have rejected the Commerce and Labor substitute, adopted the Finance and Appropriations substitute, and we have a floor amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, this floor amendment is just one sentence. It falls on to the last sentence under enactment clause number 5, and it simply says, no employer shall be responsible for benefit charges related to an overpayment that is waived pursuant to this act. So it provides the protection that we had intended when we said that we were going to fund this from the general fund revenues of the Commonwealth, so that businesses were not being punished basically because of something that obviously they had no involvement in whatsoever. So with that, I would ask that this floor amendment be adopted. So,
Thank you, Senator. For purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise.
Mr. President, I appreciate the senator from Southern Fairfax. This does fix the UI problem that we had in the bill before. It doesn't fix all my other problems, but I'm grateful. Then I hope we would adopt this amendment, but still struggle with the rest.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Does anybody want to take this up for passage? Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I now move passage of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, this has certainly been discussed extensively today. I think we've made some significant improvements to the bill and protections for the businesses who clearly are not being, bear no responsibility for these overpayments whatsoever. And also we're going to provide some assistance to some individuals who, through no fault of their own, receive these overpayments, may not have the cash to be able to pay it back. And so I think it is sort of a win-win situation. And we do have a sunset in here as of July 1, 2022. So it's temporary. It's not a permanent provision that's in the law. And I think it'd be just and appropriate to approve this bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2040? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 2040 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. House Bill 2040 passes.
House Bill 2118, a bill relating to Virginia Electric Vehicle Grant Program, Grant Fund and Program Creation Work Group Report, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Mr. President.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Could this be passed by for the day? So,
without objection, House Bill 2118 will go by for the day.
Turning to page 24, House Bill 1760, a bill relating to conservation easements construction, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I move that the bill pass. Speak briefly to the bill.
There's the floor.
This is a bill that's very close to my colleague, Senator from King George's heart. So he says he hates it. I'm going to channel him for the next 10 seconds. He hates it. This is the exact same version of the bill that we voted out of here a few weeks ago. We struck the word liberally, so it's just construed. So it's consistent with our version. And I know we talked about it way too much last time, so that's all I'm going to say.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1760? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1760 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
Ayes 30, noes 8. House Bill 1760 passes.
House Bill 1810, a bill relating to voter registration, failure of online voter registration system, deadline extension. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that this bill pass.
Senators, the floor.
Speaking of that, this bill simply provides that in the event the online voter registration system breaks down, the governor has the authority to leave it open for past the deadline for a period not to exceed the period for which it was broken down. I move that it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1810? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1810 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. House Bill 1810 passes.
House Bill 1819, a bill relating to Rappahannock State Scenic River. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as a young lad, one of my first memories are standing on the banks of the Rappahannock River at my family's farm near Middlesex County and seeing the men pull up the crab pots at the end of the day. And with that in mind, I voted yes on this bill. Some people voted no. I'll let them explain their own vote, but I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1819? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1819 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, noes 7. House Bill 1819 passes.
House Bill 1836, a bill relating to the Secretary of Natural Resources. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a bill that basically did a little bit of moving around in terms of the Secretary of Natural Resources and names him the Chief Resilience Officer, and also removes the Museum of Natural History from under their purview. Probably the biggest difference we had with the House version was we took out the name Cultural Resources. I personally found that a little bit presumptuous, but we're going to stick with natural resources in the Senate version, and I will name conferees who will stand behind that change. So that's the bill of the year. I move it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1836? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1836 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 13.
Ayes 25, noes 13. House Bill 1836 passes.
House Bill 1888, a bill relating to absentee voting, procedural and process reforms, availability and accessibility reforms, penalty. reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill in its substitute form be reported. And speaking to that,
Senator's the floor.
The bill incorporates two terms that were in bills that I carried on the Senate side that are partisan in nature, in that they permanently established the drop box in every locality as a method for dropping off absentee ballots. And the second provision is it creates a central absentee precinct. It basically conforms those two overlapping bills. They were Senate Bills 1245 and 1246. The bill does four other things that are less controversial. Number one, it requires officers of election, when they begin processing the absentee ballots in the central absentee ballot voter precinct prior to the close of polls. They have to do it prior to the close of polls, but no ballot vote counts are permitted to be transmitted outside of the central absentee voter precinct before the close of polls. Number two, they require that the absentee ballots that are processed be reported separately to the State Board of Elections from the other ballots. Number three, they require voters who have applied for and received an absentee ballot are able to vote in their precinct if they all of a sudden can do it on purpose in person, but they have to be able to cast only a provisional ballot. The fourth thing it does is it requires a ballot marking tool with screen reader assistive technology be made available for absentee voters who have vision problems. Again, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1888? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1888 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, noes 17. House Bill 1888 passes.
House Bill 1928, a bill relating to historic resources acquisition and lease of land, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that basically expanded the ability of the Department of Historic Resources to acquire and lease land. It had been basically limited to battlefields and designated landmarks. This just expands it to other properties of historic significance. Obviously, this is a limited budget, so it's not like you can go out and buy or lease whatever they want, but just gives them a little bit more flexibility with their state funds. I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1928? For what purpose, Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak briefly to the bill, Mr.
Senator is the floor.
Mr. President, heretofore they could only purchase battlefields in one other category, and this now allows the Department of Historic Resources to go out and buy anything they want within the budget that they have, or if there's more money given to it. And the reason some of us voted against this is it's unique. As far as I can tell, there are no checks and balances on it. Doesn't require the General Assembly to approve it, doesn't require the governor to approve it. It doesn't require any concurrence with any agency other than Historic Resources, and they frankly also have condemnation power, and that should give folks in here a little bit of concern. The fact that that department could condemn people's property if they so choose, and not even the Department of General Services has to agree. I think this is a very dangerous policy to go down, and I hope we can get enough votes to stop this bill here.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Mr. President, just give me a brief rebuttal to the points raised by my colleague
Senator's
from
the floor.
King George. First of all, they already have these powers, so we're not granting them any new powers. We're just giving them more flexibility as to which properties they can exercise these powers. Keep in mind that the main way that they preserve properties is through what are called historic easements. They put easements on property whereby they prevent people from developing it and try and preserve the historic character without doing a fee take or a fee purchase where they'd have to pay the market value. We already allow land conservation easements all over the Commonwealth. They don't come back to us. They don't come to the governor. So that we're not changing any policy. We're simply giving more flexibility to what is a very small department so that they can preserve historic properties before they get developed. That's all. Thanks.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1928? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1928 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, no 17. House Bill 1928 passes.
House Bill 1952, a bill relating to campaign finance, prohibited personal use, child care exception. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to move the bill go by for the day, but I need to speak to that motion.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd commend everybody in the body to look at this floor sub because this legislation has the potential to affect everybody sitting in this room, and we need to make sure we read it and read it carefully. When the bill came through committee, there was bipartisan consternation about the vagueness of the bill as it was written. It required the state board to draft a bunch of regs. We sort of thought the better approach was to provide better statutory clarity on the front end, and we also had some concerns about how it would be enforced. In other words, the way this floor sub, if you look at it, it's enforced by the State Board of Elections exclusively and not by Commonwealth attorneys or people swearing out warrants to the magistrate. And so we thought it was a better way to approach this issue rather than the open-ended approach that came out of the House. The patron has looked at this and he's okay with this approach, but this is something I think everybody needs to read carefully before we vote on it. So again, Mr. President, I would ask this bill go by for the day and we can debate and discuss it on Monday.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 1952 will go by for the day.
House Bill 1958, a bill relating to designation of a segment of the South River as a state scenic river, reported for the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, as a young lad in the House of Delegates, I remember going through Waynesboro and glancing down. Anyways, I have never, I don't know if I've come across this river, but someone loves it, so I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1958? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1958 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 5.
Ayes 32, noes 5. House Bill 1958 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, because I want to hear the senator from the city of Fairfax's recitation of how he used to put crab pots out there on the Rappahannock, having voted on the prevailing side of House Bill 1819, which is found on page 24 of the calendar, I now move that we reconsider that vote, and with the same story, but a little bit more factual support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1819 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 1.
Ayes 36, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the Rappahannock River really starts in the Blue Ridge Mountains. And there's a number of streams, the Robinson River, Rapidan, and they all come together and they form what we call the Mighty Rap. And it flows from Fredericksburg down through the Historyland Highway, Route 17, Essex, Middlesex, Tappahannock, Saluda, God's country. And you know, when I'm down there, I usually think, this is such a scenic river. When is someone going to bring the legislation to designate this river, which flows through, as F. Scott Fitzgerald even mentioned in This Side of Paradise, the very heart of America, where the first English settlers came up the rivers. When are we going to designate it as a Virginia Scenic River? This year, right now. Please vote for this bill. I move the passage.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Fairfax City yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Absolutely.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Without a doubt, one of the most enjoyable conversations I've had this session was when the senator from King George and I talked about growing up on the lower Wicomico in Sandy Point, Virginia. Along those same lines, you were talking about crabbing earlier. I've got two questions.
Yes, sir.
One, when you crabbed and caught a female crab, did you always throw it back in, as you're supposed to do? And number two, when you caught a soft-shell crab, please tell the body honestly and truthfully what you did with that soft-shell crab.
Senator has the floor.
I would tell the gentleman the last time I handled a soft-shell crab was at Captain Pell's on Route 50 in Fairfax. What I remember about the crabs is that as a child, the crab pots and having the men pull up the crab pots at the end of the day, I was only about 3 years old. This would have been about 1971. So I myself was not handling the crabs. I just remember seeing the men working on their boats.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1819? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1819 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 5.
Ayes 31, noes 5. House Bill 1819 passes.
Returning to page 26, House Bill 1968, a bill relating to absentee voting, early in-person availability on Sundays. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. This bill simply enables local electoral boards or general registrars to offer early voting in person on Sundays.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1968? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 1968 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, noes 17. House Bill 1968 passes.
House Bill 2020, a bill relating to nomination of candidates for elected offices, restrictions on nomination methods selected by political party. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendment.
Mr.
For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Before we consider amendments, I'd like to ask that the chamber pass this bill by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 2020 will go by for the day.
House Bill 2030, a bill relating to neonicotinoid pesticides civil penalty. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, I would ask that the bill on neonicotinoid pesticides go by for the day.
Well, sorry, what was that, Senator?
Neonicotinoid pesticide.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the bill the senator talked about will go by for the day.
It's amazing what you learn here. House Bill 2125, a bill relating to voter registration, pre-registration of persons 16 years of age and or older. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. This bill simply sets up a process for people that are 16 years of age or older to register to vote, pre-register to vote. The registration rolls over on their 18th birthday to real registration. The reality is we have a hard time getting the 18 to 25 set to vote, and the earlier we can get people interested, involved, the more likely we are to have real voters when they turn 18, and that's the purpose of this bill. Again, I move that it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2125? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 2125 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, no 17. House Bill 2125 passes.
House Bill 2198, a bill relating to local elections for governing bodies, elections for school boards, qualification of voters. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Senators, the floor.
This bill simply provides that in a locality that imposes district-based or ward-based residency requirements for members of the governing body or the school board, the member elected from each district or ward is to be elected by the qualified voters of that district or ward and not by the voters at large. The bill takes effect January 1, 2022. Again, I move that it pass.
Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Falk here? Senator Vogel rise.
Sorry. Mr. President, I know there was a member who's not here today, and there were some questions about this, and I would like to ask respectfully if this bill could please go by for the day.
Thank the senator. Without objection, House Bill 2198 will go by for the day.
House Bill 2250, a bill relating to Humane Cosmetics Act civil penalties. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asked that Surville not stand up and block me. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the same bill that gentlelady from Northwest Fairfax passed. I believe it was, yeah. And so it's the identical to that bill, which we passed out with a robust margin. I don't think, frankly, at this point there are such manufacturers. Most have moved away from this practice, so we can pass the bill. I move we pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2250? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2250 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 15.
Ayes 22, noes 15. House Bill 2250 passes.
House Bill 2275, a bill relating to food and drink permit requirements. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill had to do with requiring food manufacturing sites to obtain a permit from VDAX in order to operate. Basically, VDAX already does these inspections. They typically inspect once a year, but they don't really have any way of enforcement other than charging a misdemeanor. So this would allow them, if there's a permit, then obviously they can revoke the permit. So this is basically giving a tool of enforcement for an existing program. And I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2275? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 2275 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 19.
Ayes 18, noes 19. House Bill 2275 fails.
House Bill 2311, a bill relating to state archaeological sites, battlefields. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully this explanation will be more compelling than my last one. This simply adds land owned by a battlefield preservation organization where it's illegal to remove battlefield artifacts. So right now, if you go on, for example, on Manassas Battlefield and take an artifact, whether it's a mini ball or a bones or whatever you find, that's illegal. This would add that, and it would be the same for state-owned land. It's the battlefield preservation. This would simply add that land that's held by a battlefield preservation organization. Same law would apply.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2311? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 2311 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. House Bill 2311 passes.
House Bill 2324, a bill relating to Virginia Redistricting Commission, removal of commissioners, emergency. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. This bill provides for the removal of a commissioner from the Virginia Redistricting Commission for neglect of duty or gross misconduct. Removal requires an affirmative vote by at least 6 of the 8 members of the 8 legislative commissioners and at least 6 of the 8 citizen members. The vote has to be taken in a public meeting. Again, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman from Southern Fairfax, yield for a question.
Will the senator yield?
Certainly, I'd be happy to yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Are you in trouble?
Hey,
Senator's the floor.
You tell me.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2324? Seeing none, question is, shall House Bill 2324 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 14, Rule 36-4.
Ayes 19, noes 14, Rule 30 up. Again, the count was ayes 19, noes 14, Rule 36-4. House Bill 2324, which had an emergency clause on it, fails.
Returning to page 18. House Bill 2174. We have 2 floor amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is House Bill 2174, is the Virginia Savings Plan, and I'll move to waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the issue came up about the 25 employees, whether or not full-time employees would be required, whether or not part-time employees would meet that number and or be eligible for this program. I think it's the intent that it was supposed to be full-time employees, and these amendments just specify that it's someone who works at least 30 hours a week and then just carries over that same language in the definition. So I would move that the amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Abbott.
Yes, would the senator from Fairfax City yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman if he's familiar with the Federal Employee Retirement Income Security Act, or ERISA.
Senator, the floor.
I would tell the gentleman I'm familiar with the English language where you're allowed to put things in the code that say 30 hours a week.
Speaking to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Under the Federal Employee Retirement Income Security Act 1,000-hour rule, employees who have completed 1,000 hours of service in a 12-month period are eligible to participate in any retirement plan that is offered to other employees. And if we adopt this amendment, it would put us out of compliance with that federal law. It requires people who work on average about 20 hours a week would be eligible. So I would ask the body to reject the amendment.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
So, Mr. President and ladies and gentlemen, I actually checked with the agency that is supporting this bill, and they are not supportive of the amendment. Clearly, and I'm just going to get very technical here, they said it's not necessary because the way the bill's laid out in lines 23 through 25 is already in code and factors into the calculation of full-time versus part-time employees over an average of 4 quarters. Neither taxation nor VEC asked to distinguish between the full-time or part-time employees, and this would create an extra burden for employers, as it would cause employers to have to evaluate what if the full-time employee and what is the part-time employee. The way the bill is currently written ensures equity across access regardless of status of employment, and the threshold for calculating the number of employees is already in the codes. And so with that, I ask that we reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
You know, it's hard when you've got advocates who are sort of texting people and getting them to argue against you, and that's fine. I mean, I'm an amateur. But let me tell you what it means to be an amateur. I read a bill and it says what it says. And if you don't have a protection in the code saying here's who qualifies, then I'm not going to rely on someone who's getting paid to advocate a viewpoint, okay? Y'all may trust me or you may not trust me, but I'm not paid to advocate any viewpoint. I'm here to just make sure we get this right. And to me, you have to have some definition of who is an eligible employee. I want this bill to pass. If you want this bill to pass, you're going to vote for this amendment also. Please don't mess this up by killing this amendment and then killing the bill. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, I must admit that speaking to the measure,
Senator's the floor.
I must admit, I put the amendment on in committee, and this is exactly what I meant, and this is what I expected, is it would be 25 full-time employees, and so the mistake was mine. I appreciate the senator fixing the problem. I still have a couple of issues, but I agree with the senator. This is an important measure, and he is doing something that I think makes it much better, so I hope we would support it.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, speaking in support of the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I too think that this amendment makes this bill better. We still have the requirement of 25 employees, but let's be clear. There may be, in that small company with 25 employees, 20 of them that have part-time. They might work 10, 12 hours a week. That is not this. I believe, listening to the senator from Bedford, that the spirit of this initial legislation was a company of 25 people that had full-time employees. But this amendment doesn't even require full-time employees, just that those part-time employees be employed by at least 30 hours a week. I appreciate the comments from the my seatmate, Senator Boysko, about employers. But if we want this, I too would say if we want this bill to pass, I hope that the body supports the senator, both of the senator from Fairfax City's amendments. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Fairfax City rise for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the senator if he discussed this amendment with the patron of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I will say I've spoken with the patron. Obviously, I did this on the floor about 45 minutes ago when this issue came up. I have spoken with the patron. I told him my concern that this measure would apply to part-time employees. I did not know, and frankly, I read the bill this morning. I didn't feel comfortable, quite frankly, that the carve-out was express enough. So I have not talked to him in the last 45 minutes about this particular language. What I'm saying is if you want to get the bill off the floor and get it into conference, please adopt this amendment, and we can work it out in conference. But right now, I do not have enough confidence to vote yes on this bill.
Further question?
Mr. President, I'd ask if it would be possible if we take this by temporarily so that some of us are trying to confer with the patron of the amendment. I think we owe him that courtesy.
Any objection? Without objection, House Bill 2174 will go by temporarily.
On page 19, House Bill 1902.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1902 is a ban on polystyrene food service controls. I'm going to move the bill past and then speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
House Bill 1902 is a ban on polystyrene food service containers. And here's the issue. These are containers that simply do not biodegrade. They get caught in the waste stream. It takes, they're a hazard, and they have been for years. They are popular in the food service industry because they keep food hot and food cold, depending on what your preference is. We had this bill last year. We killed it at the last second, and frankly, I led the charge. I was very concerned about the impact on small businesses, namely restaurants. And of course, that was pre-pandemic. Now, can you imagine where restaurants have transitioned to carry out that they've become even more reliant on these containers? Here's the problem. We need a long-term strategy on these containers. And what the patron has done, and she has done a very good job, in my opinion, is she's moved the dates back that the impact will take effect. Actually, I have a floor amendment also on this. Is that on the... Has the floor amendment been distributed? You don't have a floor amendment.
No, it sounds like.
I'll take it by one last time. I thought we had a floor amendment on this. Take it by one last time.
Without objection, House Bill 1902 will go by temporarily.
On page 29, uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that, excuse me, all House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 29 through 48, House Bill 1747 through House Bill 2327, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 29 through 48, House Bill 1747 through House Bill 2327, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 0.
Ayes 32, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that those bills go by for the day.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
On page 49, regular calendar, House Joint Resolution on third reading. House Joint Resolution 555, proposing an amendment to Section 1 of Article 2 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to qualifications of voters, felon disenfranchisement, automatic restoration of political rights. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the House Joint Resolution pass. And speaking to that,
Senator's the floor.
Let me just say that in the substitute form, this is identical now to the legislation that passed off the floor of this body several weeks ago that was carried by Senator Locke that deals with the automatic restoration of civil rights.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 555? Seeing none, question is, shall HJR 555 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 16.
Ayes 20, no 16. House Joint Resolution 555 is agreed to.
House Joint Resolution 582, proposing an amendment to Section 15-A of Article 1 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to marriage, repeal of same-sex marriage prohibition, affirmative right to marry. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
I move the resolution pass. Speaking to it.
Senator, you have the floor.
This is identical language to what the Senate had passed earlier with the constitutional amendment on marriage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 582? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Joint Resolution 582 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 12.
Ayes 22, noes 12. House Joint Resolution 582 is agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, House Joint Resolution on second reading. House Joint Resolution 629, confirming the appointment by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Virginia of the Chairman of the Virginia Criminal Sentencing Commission.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Right.
Mr. President, I move that we stand in recess for till. I wish they'd make up their minds. Mr. President, apparently we are going to need a little more time than we thought because of the revenue bill. I would move that we stand in recess until 3:30. That's what 3:30.
Thanks, Senator. Madam Clerk.
You are still ahead of where you would normally be on this day.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 3:30 p.m. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee will meet briefly to dispose of two bills. Here, stay where you are. You can vote where you are. Don't leave the building. Elvis hasn't left yet. So the Senate Judiciary Committee will meet very, very briefly, Mr. President, right after we start the recess.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate stands in recess until 3:30 p.m.
Senator Saslaw is here. Senator Norman. Senator Lucas. Here. Senator Obenshain. Thank you. Senator McDougal. Senator Stewart. Senator Stanley. Senator Deeds. Senator Peterson. Senator Servo. Senator McClellan. Senator Boysko.
Here.
Senator Morrissey. Here. Senator Peake. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum. Good, thank you, John. The Senate Judiciary Committee is not planning to have another meeting, and yet there are two bills that have been sent to us from the General Laws Committee. House Bill 1864 from Delegate Cia Price, the Human Rights Act, definition of employer, etc. And the second one is House Bill 2155, Delegate Watts' bill, Virginia Human Rights Act, non-discrimination in employment, etc. Since we're not having another meeting of the Judiciary Committee, is there a motion on the floor to be sent to Commerce and Labor? Eventually, either one or both, as I'm told, have to go to Finance.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator McClellan.
Mr. Chair, for House Bill 1864, I've just conferred with Senate Finance staff. That does not need to go to Finance. And because House Bill 1864 is identical to the portions of Senate Bill 10, that has already passed the General Assembly, I move that we report House Bill 1864.
Okay, we operate by motion.
Second.
Motion to report House Bill 1864, Delegate Cia Price's bill. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to report House Bill 1864, vote aye. All opposed, no. I've got to call the roll. Okay, thanks, John. Senator Saslaw. Aye. Senator Saslaw. Voting on reporting House Bill 1864. Reporting to the floor. Senator Normand. Senator Lucas. Senator Obenshain. Senator McDougal. Senator Stewart. Senator Stanley. Senator Deeds. Senator Peterson. Senator Servo. Senator McClellan. Senator Boysko. Senator Morrissey. Senator Peake. Mr. Chairman? Aye. Vote is 9-5 to report. Thank you. 9-5 to report House Bill 1864 to the floor. The second bill is House Bill 2155. It's Delegate Watts' bill, Virginia Human Rights Act. Is there a motion to re-refer the bill? All right, Senator Deeds, motion to re-refer to whom? Commerce and Labor? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Seconded. Is there a second to the motion to re-refer the bill to Commerce and Labor? Senator Obenshain.
Mr. Chairman, wasn't this the companion to Senator McClellan's bill?
Senator McClellan, is this a companion to you? Your bill?
Yes, it is, and my understanding is that General Laws Committee conformed it to mine, so it should be identical to what was my bill, yes.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
If it's identical, yes. Senator Obenshain.
Didn't we handle that in courts last time? And my question would be, why would we re-refer it this time?
Senator McClellan.
Well, that was to you, Mr. Chair.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer. Senator McClellan, if it's identical, I'm not sure either.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Peterson. We had a lot of debate on this in our committee. This is a major change basically creating a Title VII type cause of action in Virginia, which would, create thousands of new potential plaintiffs, thousands of new potential defendants. It really ought to go through our committee. Frankly, it should have gone through Civil Sub. We recommitted the McClellan bill back to courts, and I think this bill ought to stay in courts. I don't think we ought to dodge our responsibility whenever you have a major rewrite of the civil code.
Okay, Senator Shaslaw. Well, we're not having another meeting, so that's why it needs to be re-referred. Okay, Senator McClellan, is this identical to your bill?
Mr. Chair, I'm actually getting conflicting messages about that. So even though he's not on this committee, I need to confer with the chair of General Laws.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, well, one at a time. But I didn't hear what Senator McClellan said. What did you say?
I defer to Senator Boysko since she was on General Laws. I don't know what they did.
Okay, Senator Boysko, you're on General Laws, and your committee referred it to us.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm I've spoken with the patron. She crafted the bill so that it is exactly identical to what Senator McClellan's portion of this was. In General Laws, it was not heard at all. It was simply referred. But my understanding from the patron is that it is the language that we have passed through Senator McClellan's bill, SB 1310. But not exact. The language should be very similar.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion? Senator Deeds.
I would move to make whatever conforming moves are necessary to put this in exactly the same posture that Senator McClellan's 1310 was when it left the Senate.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd second that.
Senator Deeds makes the motion to
Mr. Chairman.
conform it to Senator McClellan's bill. Senator Boysko.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boysko. Senator Boysko. Is that correct? Go ahead.
Senator
Boysko, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
It appears
Senator
that
Boysko
somebody
has
else
the
had
floor.
a question.
Go ahead.
I yield to Senator Servell.
Senator Servell, you have a floor.
Chairman, Senate Bill 1310 is identical to 1864, which we just reported to the floor. 1310 is not the same as this bill.
No, House Bill 21855 is a different bill. The question is it the same as a bill we've had before? I don't remember.
Mr. Chairman, there's a motion on the floor that has been seconded.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor from Senator Shaslaw that's been seconded. And the motion is to pass it by indefinitely, is that right?
No.
Remain in course, we don't have another meeting. Okay?
Mr. Chair, is there an opportunity for the patron to actually tell us what it is? Because she's never gotten a chance.
Well, if it remains in the committee, we'll have to have another meeting. All right, the motion is to remain in the Judiciary Committee. It's been moved and seconded, in which case we'll have to have another meeting next week, just for one bill, okay? All right, all in favor of the motion to keep it in the breast of the committee, and we'll have another meeting probably Monday at some time. All in favor of that motion, call the roll.
All in favor of taking no action other than to keep it in committee, Senator Saslaw. Senator Norman, Senator Lucas, Senator Obenchain, Senator McDougal, Senator McDougal, I'm sorry, Senator Stewart, Senator Stanley, Senator Deeds, Senator Peterson, Senator Servo.
Aye, and bye for the day.
Senator McClellan. I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Senator Boysko.
Bye for the day with a hearing on Monday.
Senator Morrissey. Senator Peake. Mr. Chairman.
Tempted to abstain, but I'll vote aye. Okay.
Thank God for electronic voting.
Now, eventually we'll have to go to finance, I'm told. Is that right? Eventually,
The finance has requested.
We will have another meeting next, probably once the last day can go to finance.
The last day is Monday.
All right, Monday. We'll have to have a meeting Monday morning. Okay? Commerce and Labor meets at 9. All right, we'll meet at 8 o'clock Monday morning for this one bill. All right? And the patron will have a chance to present her bill. Okay? And then if it passes out, it'll go to finance that day. All right? 8 o'clock Monday morning, we'll have a meeting in West. Is that okay with everybody? If not, show up anyway. All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Could you just, the clerk announce the vote on what we just took?
14 yes. There are no nays and one abstention.
Thank you.
1401.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing you Monday morning. Thank you. With the committee will rise.
Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive that reading of communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
33, noes 2.
Ayes 33, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
We're now going to supplemental calendar number 1. Unfinished business House, page 2. House Bill 1800. We have conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Senate Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, Barker, Lucas, Locke, Deeds, Norman, Hanger, Saslaw as an advisor, and Newman as an advisor. I will read these again. It's a new rule you passed when you didn't know you passed it. Senators Howell, Barker, Lucas, Locke, Deeds, Norman, Hanger, conferees. Advisors, Senators Saslaw and Newman. House Bill 1935. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Senate Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, Senators Howell, Barker, and Newman. They didn't need advisors. House Bill 2168. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair Judiciary, Senator Edwards, or Senators Reeves, Morrissey, and Stanley. On House Bill 2273, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Senate Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, Senators McPike, Eben, and Ruff. On House Bill 2312, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, Senators Eben, Lucas, McPike, Surville, and Donovan. I had permission to name 5 conferees. It's a night for creativity. So, unfinished business Senate Bill 1127 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we concur with the House substitute in speaking to that.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, this is the charitable gaming bill that we've been working on all session. The House has had some more amendments that would send some of the controversial things to the study that would be between the House and the Senate this summer, where we can take those up so we could get to at least peace in the valley, and that's where the bill sits. So I'd ask, rather than mess anything up, accept the House amendments.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1197 has passed the House with a substitute.
Who wants to field this one?
Mr. President.
Senator from...
Right, can we pass that by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1197 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1302 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the 988, the National Suicide Prevention Call Crisis Center bill that we passed out of the Senate. The changes in the House, what we did was we had a coordinating call with the Federal Communication Commission to make sure that we did not cross any federal grant issues in terms of fund diversion. And so the House substitute deals with that issues, clearly structuring where the funds are placed and where they're going to not get caught up in any FCC issues. And so the substitute makes those corrections as well as some other recommended line adjustment, more technical adjustments from the Office of Attorney General to make sure definitions work throughout different code sections, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 1.
Ayes 36, noes 1. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1398 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Senator. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very well, especially after I encouraged the body to accept the amendments of the House of Delegates and speaking to that motion, sir.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that deals with the hotel tax in the online bookers and apportioning who pays the tax on the booking fee and who pays the tax on the actual room fee. The First Amendment, they just changed the words from money revenues raised by to collected from, which I am perfectly fine with. On the Second Amendment, just made reference to an item that we had clarified, and that is that any money that is collected and remitted to the Virginia Tourism Corporation is after the education and highway transportation money is paid. So I would ask the body to agree.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 6.
Ayes 31, noes 6. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1406, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, does the Senator want to speak to that? No?
No, we just have lots of differences we got to work out over the weekend. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, did I hear someone? No? Okay. The question is, shall the Senate accede to a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Ayes 27, noes 10. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, who has permission for an expanded conference committee, are Senators Eben, Lucas, McPike, Surville, and Donovan. Senate Bill 1423. The House has insisted on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accede to the request of the Committee of Conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate accedes to a request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators McPike, Eben, and Ruff. Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 2170.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Before she gets started, I might be out of order, but it's a point of order. I think I'm saying it right. What is an advisor? She called a conference and she said something about an advisor. I never heard of that. What is an advisor?
You'll have to ask the senator who's chair of the Finance and Appropriations Committee.
The Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe. Will you yield to that question?
Yes, I yield.
Senator yields. Floor.
What is an advisor?
Our two advisors are very senior members of the Senate Finance Committee who have had significant experience as conferees, and I thought it would be valuable to all of the rest of us to have them able to discuss with us in all the different subcommittees that will be working on the budget exactly, what their advice would be.
Could I recommend Senator Surville?
He is not on the committee.
Thank the
Returning to page
Thank the Senator.
8, House Bill 2174. The committee's substitute has been adopted by the Senate, and there are two floor amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is the two floor amendments previously explained. Move to waive the reading. Has that already happened?
Okay, I believe they've been waived, so thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Right. The question was asked whether or not I communicated with the patron of the bill. I have. He is fine with putting on these amendments. I do think there's some technical issues about whether this program qualifies for ERISA or not. We're not going to solve that in the next few minutes. But I would like to put on these amendments again. It is, I think, everyone's understanding, or most people's understanding, this program applies to full-time employees, and this just clarifies that. So I move the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question, for what purpose is you okay? Okay. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
And having put on the floor amendments, I would move that the underlying bill be passed.
Thank the Senator for the reasons previously discussed. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2174? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2174 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 14.
Ayes 23, noes 14. House Bill 2174 passes.
House Bill 1902. reported for the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and we have 3 floor amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the floor amendments be waived.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in a moment, I'm going to explain the great polystyrene compromise of 2021. But before we do that, let me explain. This is the bill that bans styrofoam and polystyrene products. It has a phase-in period in order to help small business, particularly small restaurants. One of the carve-outs was initially it was carved out to exempt nonprofits and local governments, i.e. school divisions, who could still use styrofoam. That to me made no sense at all. Why are we going to say styrofoam is bad if it's used by a small business, but it's okay if it's used by a school division? Now again, these restrictions will not come in until 2023 to 2025, so we still have years of out years. But I believe, and I've talked with the patron, she's okay with this, that we need to at least make it equal across the board between for-profit and nonprofit business, and that is what this floor amendment does.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, I'd respectfully ask if the gentleman would yield for a question or two.
Senator yield. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my first question, just so I understand it, what was previously exempted, which were schools and local government, are now within the bill?
Right. Previously, it was nonprofits and basically state and local governments. So if you had a government cafeteria or a school division. Now, most school divisions are not using styrofoam anymore, but if any were,
Mr. President, if he would yield for another question.
Senator Yield.
I'm happy to yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, it occurs to me now that those exemptions have been eliminated, and particularly schools and local government are within the purview of the bill, will there not be a local fiscal impact?
No, because the bill doesn't take effect till July 1, 2025.
Speaking to that point, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I think that we need to be aware sometimes when we pass legislation and particularly put a delayed effective date on it, that does not mean there is no fiscal impact. And what concerns me, and it's consistently concerned me, is when we pass these bills that have a delayed enactment in them, that they have a fiscal impact, but yet the fiscal impact is not addressed, and the bill is gone into law, and therefore any fiscal impact really is not going to be appropriately addressed.
Is that a question?
That's a statement.
Well,
as a colleague of mine would say, don't you agree?
Well, now it's a question. Senator Yield.
I would simply say again, this is not going to occur in the current biennium. I guess it would take effect at the end of the next biennium. Most school divisions aren't using styrofoam anyway. Again, this was a carve-out in the initial bill. To me, it's an equity issue. It's a level playing field that if we're going to say private restaurants can't use these products, I don't see why a government cafeteria could use the product. The bottom line is it's not going to have any impact on people for several years. So I understand the philosophical point that's being made, but in terms of our current biennial budget, it will have zero impact.
Further question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Commenting on that.
Senator's the floor.
The operative word is now. And when I hear it is not going to have a fiscal impact now, then that suggests to me that it is going to have a fiscal impact. And is this body going to be prepared to address any fiscal impacts on local governments or school divisions? And that's my concern, Mr. President. And that's not a question that's rhetorical.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Fairfax City yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank the gentleman. So under this bill, starting, I guess, in 2025, food trucks, which are becoming more and more popular in the Commonwealth, They serve a lot of different types of food. The polystyrene that we're talking about here is waterproof and it's thermal. So can the gentleman tell me what product is going to replace the styrofoam product?
So there's the floor.
Well, I'd tell the gentleman that we're getting to the underlying bill now. And the underlying bill is basically, yes, I mean, that is the point. What's going to replace styrofoam? And the bottom line is, I mean, you can wrap meals in paper, you can wrap them in other products. I think the best explanation is, in America, ingenuity fills a vacuum. And again, we have a product in styrofoam that contributes to pollution in a way that really no other plastic waste does. It's not recyclable. It's not, we can't break it down. And as to how each small, and this is really a restaurant industry bill, okay, I get it. How that's going to be replaced, I can tell you, you know, people can buy things in recyclable plastic containers. I don't have the exact answer, and that's why you'll note I was initially opposed to this bill, but this is part of a larger issue, which I'll speak to when I get to the main bill. This is just simply saying that we're going to treat private business and our own local governments the same.
All right, one final question. If you
Senator Yield?
Of course. Yes, I yield.
You have the floor.
So I'm under the impression it would be actually a double offense if we had styrofoam balloons now that we released, correct?
I actually made the point, if you attach the styrofoam container to a balloon, that could be a double fine under this bill.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I want to concede the points that my colleague from Chesapeake has made, that this was really a tough issue. Move the bill past and speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
This is a tough issue because, for me, I represent clients and I patronize a lot of local restaurants, and I recognize that they rely on styrofoam containers to keep food hot or to keep food cold. And this is a burden on them. That's one of the reasons why we make a distinction between 25 or more restaurants and 25 or less restaurants, and we also move it back to 2025. And this may be a bill, once it gets to the governor's desk or gets into conference, it may be adjusted a little bit more. Because people are going to need time to adjust. But we need to make a commitment about basically getting this product out of our waste stream. Now, this is part of a larger whole. And if you've been on my committee, you know that, or the Ag Committee, not my committee, our committee, you know that recycling and recycling industry has been critically important to us, and we want to see that get started in Virginia. And the gentleman from Augusta had a bill that passed through our body and is in the other body. And in the communications that we've had, I've said that to the extent that we get this bill off the floor and pass it, I think it's important that there will be a reciprocal understanding on the other side of the hall that recycling also needs to be respected and the recycling industry needs to be respected. So there's no such thing as a quid pro quo in this business, but I will tell you that this is part of a large compromise, and one side's going to get California and one side's going to get Missouri. And the bottom line is we need to get this bill passed. It's a long-term benefit for this state. We have put in some small business protections, but it's part of a larger whole whereby we're also moving towards a future with a recycling industry that's going to help us create jobs and reduce waste in this state. And with that, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1902? For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill briefly.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, we discuss a lot of things in this body that I'm not particularly an expert in. However, I do feel like I'm an expert in styrofoam containers, especially due to this past year, all kinds of takeout, and I don't know how I would feed my family without them. So, and every single time that I order takeout to go, I think of this bill, and probably because it was here last year. And I just want to echo some of the comments that were made just about our small businesses. And then the places that give me these styrofoam containers are the places that are struggling the most right now. And I understand there's a delayed enactment and that this may not take effect until years from now. But I just think the better approach would be to maybe incentivize other forms of wrapping, if that's paper, aluminum, or other things that we can recycle. But incentivizing maybe people to start doing it that way before we just cut them off and say you can no longer use these things that are obviously cheap for them to use because so many of them are out there using it already. So I just wanted to reiterate, and it is the Senator from Fairfax said, restaurant industry bill. I think we can all agree that I know many of my favorite restaurants have closed, so I'm sure that all of our localities. So just doing this in this time frame, I think the messaging just was a little off, but thank you very much.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise very briefly to bring you all good news that there actually already is a replacement for styrofoam made by a Virginia-based company out by the airport called Temper Pack. They have a product called Climacell, which I believe they invented, that provides the same thermal heating and cooling options as Styrofoam does. They actually advertise it as Styrofoam's replacement. And I would also note that all of the takeout food that we have enjoyed here in the Science Museum, not a single bit of Styrofoam. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speak briefly. The bill.
Senator, the floor.
To the extent that anybody believes that there is no recycling solution, you're wrong. Absolutely wrong. Now, the proponents of this bill did make the point that this is not biodegradable. It does not disappear. It will sit in a landfill forever. But I, too, have great confidence in American ingenuity, and businesses in Virginia and America are actually evolving. And I just looked, and, we've got a great business called GreenMax that is recycling polystyrene, making moldings from it, making picture frames from it, making other products from it. So to the extent that you're going to vote for this because you think that it's not recyclable, that's false. It's wrong. We are recycling it. This is going to hurt small businesses, and it's going to do it for no reason whatsoever. So I hope that members would vote no.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1902? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1902 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 16.
Ayes 21, no 16. House Bill 1902 passes.
Regular calendar House Bill on second reading. House Bill 1909, a bill to amend the Code of Virginia by adding a section number 22.1-131.1 relating to certain school board property, establishment of gun-free zone permitted. And we have a House communication.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2.
Ayes 35, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
Returning to page 5 of the supplemental calendar, Senate Bill 1197 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, Sorry, Senator, do you mind speaking to it briefly, if you don't mind?
Having conferred with the patron, she does not like the substitute and would like for this bill to go into conference so they can work out their differences over the weekend.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 36.
Ayes 1, noes 36. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
On page 2,
Madam Clerk?
Page 2 of the calendar, House Bill 2330. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that the Senate insist on the substitute and request a committee of conference, not.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 2332. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that we Senate insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference. That was the reinsurance bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Mr. President.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Would this be an opportune time to reconsider a bill? Shall I wait?
It almost would be.
Wait.
Very close. Madam Clerk.
Returning to page 1, House Bill 2307. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute, so that bill is done. So we are waiting four House bills and 1 Senate bill. And I said no later than 6:30.
Now go back to the Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side where Senate Bill 2275 on page 28 failed, I'd move to reconsider that vote. Page 28, House Bill 2275.
Okay. Senator, do you really want to do this?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Are we good? Okay, we're good. Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2275 failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, no 0.
Ayes 35, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Could that bill now go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 2275 will go by for the day.
While you're waiting for us to gather the information and send the House communication, here's some good news. The Commonwealth will be sunny this afternoon with highs in the mid-30s. The major roadways are currently clear, and Saturday and Sunday will be Sunday with a high in the delightful upper 30s. No precipitation is expected.
Compared to the last 2 days, yes.
So that Jeff Sharp said that Virginia Beach legislation is special.
Sarah Locke wants to know whether she should come back. I said, no, we are almost done.
I don't know. Somebody's got to.
They are, that's why I'm asking.
They've got to ask.
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2.
Ayes 35, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
On page 2, no, sorry.
Page 1. That's till 24.
Is it just 2 of these? Yeah. On page 1, House Bill 2040, the House has rejected the substitute with amendment.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Would be proper to say who cares? Mr. President, I would move that the Senate insist on their substitute and request a substitute with an amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
On page 2, House Bill 2330, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, or Senators Mason, Lewis, and Norman. Page 2, House Bill 2332, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, or Senators Barker, Deeds, and Newman. Page 5, Senate Bill 1197. The House has insisted on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accede to the request of the committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate accedes the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Locke, Lucas, and Vogel. Page 9, House Bill 1902. The House has rejected the amendments proposed by the Senate.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference. Senate will be at ease.
Mr. President, I move, excuse me, that we waive the reading of the latest communication from the House of Delegates.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 3.
Ayes 31, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
On page 1, House Bill 2040, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, are Senators Spruill, Lewis, and Obenshain. On House Bill 1902, conferees of the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, Senator Peterson, are Senator Marsden, Peterson, and Stewart. That's it. That's it.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Quick. My money's on 6:30.
Do you want to
Inquiry. Yes.
inquire? You can see, right? Yeah, I think your mic is off.
Now, I won't move that we stand in recess. I'd inquire of the clerk, are we done?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
No.
Thank you, Mr. President. A request.
Senator, is the floor.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the senator from James City County said that he wanted to make an announcement at 7:15. I was wondering if there's any way we can stay in session until 7:15 so he can make his announcement.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 7:15. All right. There was an objection. We're back. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Monday, February the 22nd, the Committee on Judiciary will meet at 8 a.m. West Committee Room. Committee on Commerce and Labor will meet at 9 a.m. in the West Committee Room. This is a schedule change. The Committee on Local Government will meet at 9 o'clock in the East Committee Room. The Democratic Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Democratic Caucus Room. The Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in the Republican Caucus Room. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we will convene at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, call on Madam President. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday.